should know I don't give in till I'm floored. Put your feelings aside, give that wild shot a try. Let's ride. No one does it better. Put your feelings aside, throw yourself out in the night. Let's ride. Let's ride. lights. Is there something you're scared of? What's there out in the dark? Make sure to keep all your windows locked. Do you surrender? You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Here's one for the broken road. That's the only one you know. You better run out, truth or dare. Get me out, take me anywhere but here. Oh, anywhere but here. Wanting something good to come, waiting for things to run away from. Are you just hiding? Yeah, walking into the fire, talking like you never die, like you're immortal. You try to stay awake. These walls you can't escape. Here's one for the lonely hearts.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the biggest Warcraft tournament on the planet. The Online World Championship continues. Day 2 of the playoffs. 8 players started, and today we have to say goodbye to 2 of them. Their dream of $21,000 will be over. It's gonna be an amazing day. In the lower bracket, LawLiet versus FoCuS. Old friends meet each other, and then Starbuck versus 120. Oh, what a game that's going to be. And today, I have a co-caster once again. Leon was by my side for a little bit. Today, we got one of the hottest people in all of Warcraft. He is on the front page of Twitch right now and is bringing joy to thousands and thousands of people around the world. Mr. Apeman, how you doing?
Good morning, everybody. I'm doing great, and I'm very excited about this tournament, Mr. Neo. That's amazing Warcraft.
Front page technology, huh? Congrats.
Mr. Neo, I'm the part of the Discord that is like for Twitch partners, and everybody can apply there. And they asked me, Sol, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to broadcast some amazing Warcraft. And they said, yes, broadcast it. And yes, somebody who is scrolling through the Twitch front page, they may see some Warcraft 3 there, which is amazing for the game, right?
It absolutely is. I mean, everybody can apply, but only a few get selected. So congratulations on that. It was amazing to see you at 1,200 viewers earlier. But yeah, let's talk about the tournament. DWCC, what's your opinion so far after 5 days?
Well, as a Pala Rifle player, I'm shocked that Pala Rifle is still alive and well. It shows how wrong you can be as a guy that is making predictions. I was wrong about hunts. I was wrong about Pala Rifle being unplayable. And many Pala Rifle players in this tournament showed us that indeed Pala Rifle is still good and well.
Yeah, for everybody who wasn't around yesterday, we had the first round of playoffs with Fortitude beating LawLiet, not with Pally Rifle necessarily, but against the Huntress. LawLiet tried a lot to use the Huntress against the buildings, Zeppelin drop onto economy, but Fortitude once again shows that he's probably the best defensive human in the world and defeated him 3-1.
Yeah, that's very true. And Fortitude has this boss mode. Like I remember, he's one of the rare humans that his Archmage is fragile, right? So he will sell his TP, he'll buy Boots of Speed, and he'll just run with red HP Archmage, pressuring all the time. So yes, indeed, Fortitude is like this defensive human that can also find this perfect moment to how to make a lot of impact with Archmage. That's amazing.
Then we had the big favorite of the tournament stepping it up. Happy versus FoCuS was my first Undead versus Orc on high level on this patch. The result is the same as before, and we've also seen a lot of Wyvern, so the patch didn't change much. Happy 3-0 on Tidehunters. It was really close, but then FoCuS unfortunately lost the TC, and it was all over. Afterwards, he felt a little broken, and the Emperor is walking through, and tomorrow we get the big match of 40 versus Happy.
Fortitude versus Happy for the first time in the new patch. That's very, very, very interesting. And today we may see later, of course, right? Starbuck versus Eero. So it's going to be the first real test for human versus undead. There is pala rifle potential, right? So maybe it's going to be a good warm up from before tomorrow. Because who knows, maybe still pala rifle is playable not only versus orcs, but also versus the undeads.
You say it. Pally Rifle versus Orc. Everybody said it's dead. Human is dead. You can't play Pally Rifle anymore. But the Korean human player Sok stepped it up. Not only did we see Pally Rifle, but Pally Rifle Griffins. And that was way too much for Starbuck to handle.
Yeah, these famous tier 3 technologies, right? The new pala rifle players and, you know, some stubborn pala rifle players like me, we either go for this big push with just rifles or we give up. But Professor Lemes was the first one to show us that you can transition into Gryphons. But Mr. Neo, I think that games is starting. I can't be more excited.
Let's finish the recap real quick. Kaho defeated 1-0 in a crazy back and forth on Last Refuge, the second map, which ended after 4 minutes. It all looked like Kaho would go through easily, but 1-0 strike back. But then Kaho pulled it all together on the deciding map. It was quite fantastic, this series, and we have a join bug, so we have to rejoin again. This will happen a couple of times, most likely. So yeah, this gives us the upper bracket of Fortitude Happy. Everybody's looking forward to that. Sok versus Kaho also. Two tremendous players will then go into the top 3, the winner of that. But today, Soul, we fight for survival. Whoever loses today is out. It's once again best of 5s. LawLiet and FoCuS, Starbuck and 1-2-0. We start with LawLiet and FoCuS. Night Elf versus Orc. Who's your favorite here today?
Well, I love LawLiet creativity. So last year I met LawLiet during Amazing Rarland number 3, and I remember that he was willing to experiment Potom first versus Happy a few games. And I said, hey, LawLiet, very nice Potom first versus Happy. And said, Les, thank you. I like to, you know, experiment. And we are again in the new patch, so who knows? If you don't know Mr. Neo Lakari, so a little bit lower caliber player, but he's playing Warden Hunts versus Orc, I don't think we are going to see something that crazy, but who knows? Maybe Mr. LawLiet will show us the way how to play Hunts versus Orc, because if we remember playing Keeper, Archers into Hunts, into Expansion with Alchemist second, was a good strategy before the new patch, and now, in theory, everything was buffed in this strategy. So maybe that's the meta.
You have to join. You have to join the game. We have another join bug. Join. Fast. There we go. Saved.
Monka S.
That happens when you talk and explain. And then the tournament administration is already ready to go. Here it is. 3 times the charm. Best of 5 between 2 of the strongest Korean players that we got. Their best Night Elf at the moment against their best Orc at the moment. FoCuS is the last Orc in this entire tournament, while Kaho is, of course, still representing the Night Elves in the upper bracket. So do we have to say goodbye to all the Orcs, to the Horde, or not? We will see, we will see. Hola. Okay, then. We start on Tidehunters. I have very low FPS. Hopefully that's gonna handle itself. I, of course...
so maybe I'll talk a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
So, Mr. Neo, check your FPS. Maybe you have some Soul Apeman stream running in your background, Kappa. We have 4 Gs, ladies and gentlemen. If you watch a lot of Grabby, Mr. Grabby and his Twitch chat, they like to make some investigation. What does it mean to see like 5 GGs? But I think it means that their players are ready, that they want to play. On the bottom right, we have Mr. FoCuS playing as a yellow Orc. And is it going to be Blade Master Mirror Image? Is it going to be Blade Master Windwalk? The 2 options are possible, but I think we are going to see one grand opener, which is quite standard. For Mr. LawLiet playing as Desert Fox on the top left, it looks standard as well, but we are on the Tidehunters, and Tidehunters usually means Keeper. Let's see if it's going to be right.
Okay, Mr. Soul, I got so many spikes, I think I have to go to Flow TV. Because I start to lag now, I think. Yeah, this is not...
Okay, so maybe let's live together, right?
Yes, I think that is the best thing we can do. Sorry about that, Soul 8man viewers. Sometimes the routing to the server is amazing and sometimes it's not, and there's nothing we can do about it. But thanks to the wonderful Warcraft III Champions system, we can just jump into the game via Warcraft III Champions and fix it that way, because nobody likes the slideshow.
Okay, Mr. Neo, no problem, but if I'm going to lag out of the sudden in next game, please tell them no kick Soul 8man, Kappa. So don't worry, we will be even then.
Of course. Okay, then
Okay, so I'm speeding to get the no delay on Flow TV as well.
Yep. On it. Alrighty.
So yes, as I mentioned, it was potential for the keeper, but no, Mr. LawLiet wants to get a powerful demon hunter, and who knows? Maybe there will be some hunts, but it's quite unlikely. We see Neo and Soul 8man leaving the game as the caster duo. Either you cast together or nobody's casting at all.
Exactly. So these guys have been fighting each other for like 10 years. They meet each other in so many tournaments. They know each other inside out. They practice together. They travel together. Who outsmarts the other? I think in a series like this, when you're so aware of how your opponent is thinking, you have to bring some new weapons and some new ideas. Maybe something off meta. Wonder who does it best.
It's Demon Hunter Hunt, okay? So that's new to me. I have seen Potom Hunts versus Orc, of course, Keeper Hunts, Demon Hunter Hunts, pretty new to me, interesting idea. And look at Mr. LawLiet base layout. He's taking already, he has full base wall off, so the Blade Master is not going to go there. And as you mentioned, Mr. Neo, in this matchup, even though we have this Hunt kicker, it's going to be very interesting for me to see, because it's all about like outsmarting your opponent. You want to steal one item. As we can see, they both have very tiny armies, right? They can't creep for real. They're just looking for the item opportunities. And yes, they are just running.
Yeah, so far, the calm before the storm, finding a ring on the Demon Hunter, kinda nice. Not, I mean, we've seen LawLiet yesterday versus Fortitude, trying to break the base with the new hunts. This is also something that we've seen in the past with Keeper, as you mentioned. And LawLiet, no mass hunt on tier 1, but he's looking for the new upgrade for the Moonglaves to give this Huntress heavy armor. And then I'm curious how FoCuS is responding to this.
Yeah, the heavy armor, even though heavy armor will be late, because the Moonglaive research time is long, as it should be, right? Because it's a powerful upgrade. You know, you are worried when you have hunts, if you are a hunt owner, about Shadow Hunter level 3, right? And it takes a long time to get Shadow Hunter level 3, because then you unlock a lot of piercing damage from snakes. So that's pretty cool that they're just getting ready for this late game already. The shop is important, and shop will be cancelled, Mr. Neo.
Yeah, no clarities, no speed scroll, no chance to run away from it. The Shadow Melt by LawLiet was also really good, and normal damage works well against heroes and grunts alike. So this fight controlled by LawLiet so far.
Yes, and the Blade Master can't really creep, can't really heal yet, because there was this unfortunate timing on the shop, but now LawLiet feels like getting the item, and he'll get level 2. That's pretty good, pretty strong. He has the map control for hunt number 3, joins the party. Grant, Mr. Neo!
2 units around, how does that happen with the Shadow Melt? Great and no deny as far as we can see. 2.3 Demon Hunter, grande start for LawLiet.
Yeah, it's going to be even better. The Moonglaive upgrade will be slow. It's getting researched now. As mentioned, it takes 1 minute, so it's a long time. But then Shadow Hunter is not that dangerous. Of course, you can still go for Serpent Wards, but the impact will be like lower, right? And the question is, what kind of unit composition we are going to see? And it's going to be Tower and Totem. So no new Witch Doctors. It's going to be Spirit Walkers. The question is, are we going to see tier 3? Probably not, but who knows? This is the new patch and players are ready to test.
That's right. So far, it looks like Raider Walker. He gets the Headhunter against Huntress at the moment. Also for creep speed, and also versus Dryads that are coming. And then the Walkers are supposed to take out Huntress, just like normally they would be, their job would be to take out Bears, which is still an opportunity for LawLiet to go tier 3, of course, but so far, focus on tier 2.
Yes, exactly. And canceling the shop for FoCuS was very impactful. Now he's starting to heal. Now he can start creeping well. But yes, keeper second for Mr. LawLiet also shows us that he feels good, that he feels ahead in this game. Mr. Jens mentioned that if you're like Org is in a good position, Org wants to pressure you early, it's better sometimes to go for Naga second. Keeper is scaling better in the late game, but sometimes you can't survive. But according to Mr. LawLiet, he feels confident that we are going to indeed witness the late game. And who knows, the Wisp is coming, Mr. Neo. It's going to be tier 2 expansion for the Night.
Oh, looking good. We've seen that in the past with Mass Dryads. Now you have this new element, this new layer of Hunters up top. And I start to appreciate Hunters during creeping. Usually you always take damage on your hero or use Treants or the Ancient of War, but Huntress help a lot in that regard, and now Creepjack opportunity.
And we have a mana burn level 2, so this is a very good start of the fight. Item goes to Orc, big mana potion can be handed to the Shadow Hunter. We are working on this Kodo Beast. Demon Hunter needs to be careful, but there is no mana for Hex, and Demon Hunter as James Bond survives again.
And the rest of the creep camp goes to LawLiet as well. That's level 2 on the Keeper. Oh, the Snakes stole one, but the other two go to the Night Elf. Tremendous start once again. The big mana potion, of course, incredibly important. So are the items for the Demon Hunter. Very tanky, dashing out a lot of damage as well. Takes the Murloc camp, and all that while his expansion is growing.
Yeah, this is exactly true. Good start for the Night Elf. He will be able to put, to finish his expansion. The question is how FoCuS is going to respond. Is he going to try to counter-expand himself, or maybe he thinks it's too late, right? And he'll just try to creep level 3 or even level 3 Shadow Hunter, level 2 Blade Master. Depends how he wants to approach this. And then he has only thing left to do, attack, and attack. Because if you give too much time to the Night Elf, with expansion, we are going to see many hunts, Mr. Neo. Many.
Exactly. And then we click on buildings and there's no way to really repair them. And in a fight, they can also flank a bit, go for headhunters, do damage there. Wonder if Spirit Link against the hunts and poison is that great. You kind of need heal scrolls or a lot of heal waves against it. LawLiet feeling confident for the second time, going for a Creepjack the second time. I'd say so far LawLiet reads the game a bit better.
Yes, but Dryads are fragile and there is nice control by FoCuS to connect. And yes, they're fighting for real. There is one heal scroll on the Keeper, but Night Elf army is just kiting back. Demon Hunter in the middle of everything. Keeper with level 3. Probably we're going to see Force Aura or maybe actually Entangle. There is not that much Dispel, so we have Entangle. Every Entangle is the kill and the Blade Master!
Close. He's out of the fight until the next heal wave. It's leveled up now, but the mana burn right before. Oh, huge. The Entangle on the blade, and he gets it despite the heal wave. LawLiet with a clinic of a game. FoCuS sees no other chance than to tap out despite this expansion not even being finished. This was almost a perfect game for the Night Elf.
Yeah, domination since start, very impressive. And Mr. Neo, as a more experienced caster, should we join the new game name or? Yes, the lobby's up. Lobby's up.
Yeah, but then if I lag again, I guess we leave, right?
I will follow you.
Okay.
If you want to go to Dortmund tomorrow, I will follow you. No problem.
Okay, let's see.
To play Warcraft, of course.
Yeah, of course. What else would you do in Dortmund? Except maybe watching football. But at the moment, maybe not. Not sure.
Let's go. Okay. I hope it's going to start. The map is going to be Twisted Meadows. Twisted Meadows is not longer a part of Warcraft III Champions map pool, but if you are a tournament sponsor, tournament organizer, you can dictate the map pool. And of course, Twisted Meadows, the classic of Warcraft 3.
So, right. So much room to explore. And I have the same lags as before, so it makes no sense to be in the lobby today, apparently. Unfortunate. So we have to sync up via Flow TV once again. I hope that's not a huge issue for you, Mr. Apeman.
Mr. Neo, no problem. As I mentioned, either we cast together or we go to Dortmund together. No other option. I'm already in the Flow TV game.
All right.
It's a
turning-
big map, Mr. Neo, so maybe we're going to see a little bit more crazy unit compositions, than just hands. Because, as Orc, you can outmaneuver the hands and so on. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, lots of room to
Yes.
explore, lots of spaces for expansion, lots more time to maybe go to tier 3, maybe play Witch Doctors as well. FoCuS was experimenting with the Witch Doctors earlier in the tournament, but after one failed experiment, he kind of let go. So hopefully he didn't give up on it fully. I got the statistics. Sorry?
Yeah, please. I like numbers. What kind of statistics?
Well, these guys played each other over 150 times, Mr. 8man, and the results between them is 76 wins for FoCuS and 78 wins for LawLiet. So even though they played so many games, it's almost 50-50 between them.
That's crazy. And Mr. Neo, I have one statistic for you. Can you check the hero in the Night Elf Altar?
That's a Potter.
Oh, yes. Again, he played Potom versus Happy on the previous patch, and he almost won. I mean, almost. He survived the Ghoul Frenzy timing, and then he blundered in the middle of the map, so there was potential. He won versus X-Lord. Shout out to Mr. X-Lord with Potom first. Of course, everything can happen in one game. There was a juicy Creepjack there. And why I don't remember those games? Because there was Potom first. Potom first are so rare versus Undead and versus Orc, they are rare as well. And it's going to be Hans follow-up, Mr. Neo. So he's cooking tier 2 Hans again.
Exactly, and it's not a super novel playstyle on this patch, right? When the War 3 Champions ladder was resetting, we were looking at Mr. Neutron, and Mr. Neutron was kind of the pioneer of Potom versus Orcs, and it worked really well for him.
Yeah, that's true. Look at this! He plays all first!
Wow, I have not seen this before.
Yeah, he scouted with the Wisp, that is a Blade Master around him, and he's like, okay, I can have Searing Arrow, I can have True Shot Aura, but how is going to help me creep level 2, right? I can't really creep because Blade Master presence. It's better for me to just have this permanent scout on the Blade Master.
Yeah.
But now he's being pressured, Mr. Neo. It looks scary.
It really does. I mean, pressuring Wisps doesn't matter anymore on this patch, right? The Night Elf has enough lumber anyway. Despite... Oh, good save here. But yeah, this Potom is very fragile against the physical damage of Orcs, and it doesn't have anything that helps him in this defense. No aura, no orb, no summons, of course, except that owl. So how much damage is FoCuS able to do with this free early game?
I think we are waiting less for Fortitude versus Happy tomorrow than for Mr. LawLiet for his third Huntress, because he really needed this first Huntress to deal with the harass. As we can see, the Grant is running back, and yes, professional Night Elves, they are so good with keeping the Wisps alive. If you click on the Entangled Gold Mine, there is so many low HP Wisps there. It's like a Wisp hospital, basically. And yes, doesn't matter if you have healthy Wisp or red HP Wisp in your gold mine, it's still getting gold as well. So very nice micro by Mr. LawLiet. And the question is, what kind of follow-up is going to be? And yes, Mr. Neo, I think is the longest game with all first versus Orc that I have even seen. This Potom has no the damage skills, basically. That's crazy.
You said LawLiet likes to experiment. It was a wonderful call, Mr. Saul. And now with Hans and Potom, creeping is not gonna be too easy, but he's ready for all the attacks. Windwalk doesn't do anything. This will cost a bit of HP, but Potom progress is important. If we see a level 2 True Shot Aura, he's missing out on some damage, of course, but it's a great boost for Huntress and Riot.
Yeah, he is forced to going True Shot Aura here because on level 3 he doesn't want to skill the all, right? And if he has Aura on level 1, he needs to go Aura.
True.
Second skill point there because the army will be big. And yes, he's still going into tier 2 direction, of course, because of this reason of Moonglaves, right? It gives him the opportunity to siege the Orc base because piercing damage from the burrows is not going to be that impactful. And again, is going to disable Serpent Wards, power spike from the Shadow Hunter, but we are far away from the Serpent Wards. It's so funny, Mr. Neo, this all is still following the Blade Master.
Yeah, perfect vision, and knowledge is power. We see it from top players like Happy all the time. The more scouting, the more information, the more you can use it against your enemy. And a lot of people are complaining about shades in the Undead matchup. LawLiet has a invulnerable shade now himself, and there's gonna be no surprises for him. I like this actually so far.
Mr. Neo, Naga second with pot. It, in my opinion, it means one thing only. It means aggression. It means like he wants to finish game quickly. Naga is amazing, you know, to like slow down the units. You don't have like entangle, right? Of course, you can go for keeper, but keeper comes online later. So I wonder what is LawLiet plan, because for now I'm reading this game as aggression. I got dropped.
Yeah, it says FoCuS wins, but this might just be a... They are not using equalizer.
Okay, Mr. Neo, as a more experienced caster, whose fault it is? And is it my fault? What happened?
It is not your fault. I don't know, maybe just a simple disconnect? Let me see. We had these a bit in the German league as well. Yeah, it was a disconnect. LawLiet disconnects. And so it should just be a regame, but it's of course very unfortunate for LawLiet as his bottom strategy has been revealed now.
Well, now he's reading how to counter bottom all first, but I'm a little bit afraid that there is not that many bottom all first experts in the community. And Mr. Neo, I have last organizer question: are we joining the lobby or we are waiting for Flow TV?
We're waiting for Flow TV. I got so many spikes. I just joined the lobby for a second. Okay. They say Gangxi. Shishi organizers.
Maybe it's a bad word.
No. LawLiet would never use bad words. No way. I think it's a regame. Thank you for the regame. Thank you for sportsmanship. And we do it again.
Well, I hope we are going to see some podm again. And it was good, doing pretty well, let me tell you, Mr. Neo. Okay, so we are waiting for the lobby to host, right?
Flow TV is up.
It's up already.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So, will he do it again is the question. This, of course, like, it was a cheesy strategy. It was a sneaky strategy. Will he do the same bottom owl again, or is it gonna be different? And then what's FoCuS doing, now that he can expect a bottom as well? Very unfortunate that this is happening in such an unusual game.
Well, people used to say that Power Rifle is this one-time exotic strategy. You play it once and then every opponent will know how to counter it. So the question is how good bottom first can be versus Orc, because if it's very good, maybe Mr. LawLiet is going to do it again. And definitely it's interesting to see Mr. FoCuS sitting, in front of his computer now thinking, okay, what would you do versus bottom first all? Because again, there is no replays to learn from. He needs to like innovate on the spot.
Exactly. The starting positions are more or less the same, just reversed. LawLiet with an Ancient of War creep towards the Null. It is a bottom again. It is a Blade Master again. So they're just playing it from scratch for now.
So I need to speed up the Flow TV because I forgot about this. And yes, indeed, I see the Priestess of the Moon in the altar, and we are going to see probably the same start, or maybe Mr. FoCuS has another idea how to approach this. In the previous game, I mean, in the same game, he was trying, that we have the rehost now, he was trying to harass the bottom, and there was a lot of running inside of the Night Elf base. And yes, I see Hunter's Hold, so it's exactly the same plan from the Night Elf.
Gentleman's play for both of them. Then FoCuS will probably run across in his match versus Kaho in the group stage, or was it live? One of the two Night Elves. He was harassing Wisps and it didn't do anything. So I wonder if he's going harder on the bottom now, harder on the Archer, but there's not too much else to attack.
Yeah, he's changing his strategy. Look at this, he's creeping the green camp, so... Well, let's not go being too controversial. Who knows? Maybe this regame like gave him time, to think about counter, or maybe he just maybe he actually did it in the first game. To be honest, I don't remember, but yes, he's actually going to harass. So forget what I said, Mr. Neo. Sometimes even casters lag their brain, but yes, the harass is real. Look at this. We are going to hide in the base and we are awaiting the first Huntress, but Hunter's Hall is finished now.
Yeah, that's the good thing about the Huntress build, right? Your Huntress Hall can never be late. We get an Archer kill, probably. Yeah, first blood going to FoCuS. This must feel good after map 1 so far. But yeah, no pressure on the Wisps at all. If you can shave off a few HP, this might cost some moon juice, but Potom is also not using too much mana as long as you keep the Owl on cooldown. So a little bit of a stalemate here at the beginning.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about Warcraft 3, right? When you watch Human Mirror, when you watch Undead versus Human, the early game in minute number 4 already includes like 3 expo cancellation or something like that. But in this matchup, you have Potom following a Grant.
That we see this in one-on-one is quite remarkable. LawLiet has some Wisps up in the north. That should be an expansion once again. He tried to do that on map 1. He tried to do it in the first attempt of map 2. And the first Huntress is out, so we have some normal damage to fight against Blade Master and Grunt. But yeah, nobody is committing. Forces are rather low. Blade Master can't creep. Potom can't creep. I guess both are satisfied with that.
And now you have a question, who can trade more efficiently, right? Because Orc can heal from the shop, Night Elf can heal from the Moonwells. Is it worth it to trade now, you know? This is a pretty uncharted territory. But, you know, as we can see, they are just running a little bit. And maybe now there'll be some time for LawLiet to creep, but probably not. He sees everything because of the Owl. He's even summoning another one. And yes, he's chasing this one Grunt. To be honest, healing Grunt is not that easy. Of course, you know, you have amazing healing solves, but it takes time, and you want to creep with them as a melee unit. It's not that easy to keep them back. But nobody's creeping. They're still running, Mr. Neo.
Yeah, and they're attacking. And Mr. Apeman, look at the Orc base. We see something different, and I like what I see. Spirit Lot as well as tier 3. This can mean two things. The new Witch Doctors with the undispellable wards, or Shaman with Purge Lightning Shield and Bloodlust. And whatever FoCuS is choosing, gonna be quite nice for us as a viewer.
Yeah, that's a good question. If LawLiet is going to go for Naga again, his plan is clear. He's going to do tier. Oh, Mr. Neo, there is expansion on the top right. Okay, this game is going to the late game. This game is going to be weird. And yes, I think it's going to be Witch Doctors because, you know, Hunts as a ground army, they are very fragile versus like, oh, Stun, Stomp, you know. So actually, Witch Doctors can be a nice follow-up here, or just mass casters. But look, LawLiet changed his gameplay as well. He's expanding. So
yeah, he tried that
Naga.
before.
Yeah.
He tried that before. It was up by like 70% or so in the first attempt. I'd love to see the Owl go to the main base. Because yeah, he's tracking the army movement, but he has no idea what's going on with the tech and with the Witch Doctors. Ooh, this is hyped. First time in a pro game that I see this on Night Elf versus Orc. I think after the group stage, Alchemist second.
Yeah, Alchemist means that LawLiet wants to go to like late game, right? It's a nice supporting hero boss with dealing more damage and healing. And LawLiet, because he invested into this expansion on the north, it means that he still wants to like produce more units. He's actually going tier 3 and expanding. Okay, that's greedy, but maybe it's his read, as you mentioned. He had the perfect information. The Owl is seeing the Orc right now. He sees the first Witch Doctor. He's like, okay, those Witch Doctors, what is he going to do? Put Stasis Trap on my Tree of Life? It's not going to work. So I think that's a read of Mr. LawLiet, that in order to get, you know, this big amount of Witch Doctors, it will take time, and he's just creeping.
Have you seen many Witch Doctor games yet on the new patch? Because I have to say, I didn't.
Well, it's very funny. Well, I'm watching a lot of grabby content to look for creativity. By the way, small story, how Warcraft 3 is rewarding grabby for his like creative mind and checking the strategies. He dropped almost 200 MMR kappa. But yes, he's trying to play a lot of Witch Doctors in many matchups. And Orc Mirror is this matchup when you can see so many Witch Doctors on master ability, and because you can't dispel those wards, they are getting very good at killing, you know, stasis traps and healing wards, and it looks pretty funny. So yes, I can't wait to see how it's going to work in this game, because yes, I just can see those hands being stunned by the witch doctors, but what is going to be the main source of damage? That's my question.
Yeah. So far, it's Dryads. We will see damage with orbs for sure on the Night Elf side. But what then is the question? TC as a third hero, Tiny Great Hall against it. And FoCuS used Stasis Trap to creep. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Smart, of course, to diminish the damage. Now with Heal Ward, you can out-heal that damage. Very, very powerful. In case you haven't followed the patches, previously these wards were dispellable, especially with Dryads. Very easy to do. Now they're not, and you have to kill and target them. Or target and kill them, rather. So that's a huge, huge, huge buff to them. Let's see how that works out in-game. Potom has made it to level 3. Still got the TP, levels up. And we only see Dryad still. No reason for the tier 3 for LawLiet yet.
Yeah, this is true. And now we have a little bit of answer. So it's going to be triple hero from the Orc, and Orc with tri-hero combination. You know, that's the damage source basically. And we are buying one Forest Troll Berserker. Very fast, tiny, great hole. So it's going to be a big game with two bases versus 2 bases. And Mr. LawLiet is going, he's breaking the supply, he's going to creep jack, and I don't see Scroll of Teleportation.
Ooh, we have a Scroll of Speed, but that can be dispelled. We got Stasis Traps, but they take some time to activate. Quickly shut down by LawLiet. The heal ward's very, very spammable. One Stasis Trap is up. We got a Tinker with rockets. What the hell is this game, Soul? We get Mercs on all sides. We got some for FoCuS, some for LawLiet. Wild scenes here on Twisted Meadows. Again, the Stasis Trap. This is, of course, awesome for the Owl as well. Usually the Stasis Traps are hidden, but the Owl sees everything.
Yes, and I'm lagging on Flow TV, Mr. New. I hope you are not lagging, so stay strong there.
I mean, it's an observer lagging, so
yes,
it shouldn't be
I
you.
think I'm dropped.
Oh,
Don't
no.
worry, don't worry.
Okay.
Tell me, like in the radio, what is happening?
30 seconds, and we're waiting for one player, one observer to drop out. We got 20 seconds here. Usually we can fast forward, but we're already on live
So it's
speed.
not me?
No.
It's not me?
No.
I'm safe?
Yes.
Oh my god,
Here
I'm
we go.
safe.
We continue.
I'm not fired, thank you. I was... Okay, so all jokes aside, do you think that he went for Tinker Rockets because he's jealous of Stasis Traps and he wants to have his own AoE stun? Yes or no?
Yeah, that can make a lot of sense to fight crowd control with crowd control. TC offers that as well. I don't think I've ever seen this hero combo before. It can be quite amazing on higher levels. We've seen this in FFA, for example. But how this works out on lower levels on one-on-one remains to be seen. Rockets, they don't deal damage to wards, right? Do they?
That's a great trivia question. I don't think that they deal damage because, like Blizzard, you know, Blizzard probably doesn't deal damage to the wards as well. And the big fight is brewing. Let's go.
Alrighty, heal ward once again shut down. We got the same supply and the same amount of heroes. Alchemist doesn't have a ring of protection, so it's a nice target. Here we go. Hex, backstep can't reach though. Spamming the wards is FoCuS. Tinker in trouble. Lots of hero focus, gets one more rocket self out, but that's the kill. Blade Master level 3 with critical strike level 2, as of course Windwalk is not that efficient, and LawLiet's been cleaned up in this fight.
This is very true, and I'm a little bit surprised that, you know, this powerful Hans Dryad army did not deal that much damage after all, you know. And now FoCuS looks like he has an advantage. He has better scaling heroes because of like Blade Master and TC. He can heal creep very efficiently with healing wards. And what Mr. LawLiet is going to do, and we have the answer, Mr. Neo. 2 Chimera Roosts are on the way.
Yes, oh my god. So we see Chimeras as the counter to casters and heroes, and then FoCuS is running into that Chimera counter with a Torrent tech. Oh, that's not good for FoCuS, I gotta say.
Yes, for the viewers, even though the Taurans have resistant skin now, Chimeras, they don't care about such a thing. They're going to connect with the magnificent magic damage. And yes, that's the power of the all, Mr. Neo. You can have witch doctors with sentry wards, but if you are not sending one witch doctor across the map, you know, to kind of scout the Night Elf base, then you don't know. And this is like the greatest tech switch that we can see in Warcraft 3. There is no more tech switches. Chimera is like this ultimate unit, right?
Exactly. They can't attack air units, but there are no air units, and that's their only real weakness. They've been made a bit faster in the recent patch in terms of movement. Still takes forever to get them out, but LawLiet on this big map has the time, as FoCuS is still playing very passive and waiting for his Tauren. And what can he do against them, really? I mean, Blademaster, Orb of Lightning, nice. You can hex one of them. That's also nice. But I don't see any bats. But what I do see is more trolls, but this time Berserkers.
Yes, maybe that's going to be the addition. Of course, we have Blademaster with Orb of Lightning, right? He's the main anti-air damage source. But you also need to keep him alive. And yes, LawLiet is slowly producing his beautiful chimeras. They have a very similar supply. And okay, the bow, they are just getting ready. Nobody's making third base. I think actually no, LawLiet is expanding on the bottom right as well. So Mr. Neo, there's a magic of Twisted Meadows. There is so many expansion positions.
It is the greatest map of all time. Everybody knows, everybody agrees, and FoCuS has to scout this. It is surely a lack of scouting, despite having so many witch doctors. This should be his big advantage, but he's not playing it just yet. How many witch doctors? We got 5, and more production coming. 70 food versus 70 food, but FoCuS is a bit afraid of the twin-headed dragons.
As he should be. And you know, he has only 10 supply open, right? He's 71 supply, so he can't really squeeze that many other units. But I think he's going to rely, as you mentioned, on the just head hunters. I mean, berserkers now. Shadow Hunter reskilled. Okay.
Serpent wards instead of hex.
Not versus hunt. There's no hunt, right? So Serpent Wards are back in the menu. They're good versus Dryads, versus Unarmored. They're good versus Chimeras, light armor. Piercing damage is this universal good damage here.
Yeah, I agree. So when is LawLiet confident enough to engage? He got 4 Chimeras, 5 Dryads, and of course his heroes. FoCuS playing this defensively in a position where LawLiet is on 3 bases. This is not good for FoCuS.
Yeah, LawLiet wants to be cheeky. He's going to the expansion of FoCuS. Do we have Corrosive Breath? We'll see soon.
Yes, we do. It doesn't help against the Burrows, helps a lot against the Great Hall. And this is what LawLiet's gameplay is all about. Kill buildings, and it's so fast with Corrosive Breath.
Rockets! He stopped repair with the rockets! It was the plan all along that the tiny Great Hall has fallen. We have the towers, but this position is too good to disengage. Actually, he's disengaging now, doesn't matter. It was magnificent trade for the Korean Night Elf. And remember that he has 2 operational expansion. It means it's 3 bases versus 1. And he will be back. And yes, the only sad part that we are casting this on Flow TV that we didn't see the smiley face. Probably Mr. LawLiet, right? Of course, no, you don't type smiley face, but man, that was a pretty nice expo snipe if you ask me.
Here we go. We can creep like crazy now. No chance at all for FoCuS to catch up anymore, is there? He doesn't have raiders for a base race. Only Tauren. His army is still rather slow. And LawLiet, like, if he goes 4-3-3 heroes, what can FoCuS even do? Like, the Blademaster isn't powerful enough. This reeks of desperation.
Yeah, but LawLiet lost his expansion, but he has, FoCuS lost his expansion, but he has big army, so his idea is, okay, I need to fight for real now, but Night Elf is going to fight in the Night Elf base. Rockets, Chimeras, that's beautiful. We are fighting close to the Moonwells, but Mr. Neo, there is so many Serpent Wards and other wards. Who is going to win?
Well, the Shadow Hunter is not the one to win. He's been knocked out, and that means no more healing outside the scrolls. He died with a scroll and a TP, actually. Horrible for FoCuS. LawLiet only has to survive. We see many wards. It's a lot of healing over time, but it seems like the Chimeras are enough. But as long as the Blademaster is still around, that's an issue for them. Tinker safe to the side. Chimera repositioning. One of them can't. Has to heal up. We are Moonwells. This is way closer than expected. But these Tauren are falling in seconds, including maybe the TC. Big Orb of Venom shots. Another Chimera falling. And it's only one Chimera remaining. What the hell is going on?
LawLiet is cosplaying now 300 Spartans, but remember about his income. He has so much resources and he can produce a lot of units at the same time. Tinker is out of position. You need to stay in your choke.
Ooh, yes. And we need more Chimeras. They're coming, but only slowly. The staff is on cooldown. He kills another Chimera. That's so much experience. Rockets to cover the retreat, but yeah, FoCuS stays alive. Does a lot of damage to his opponent. We don't have an owl right now. What a unique fight that we are witnessing.
Unique is a perfect way to describe this. And there is another expansion attempt by Mr. FoCuS. So, you know, he realized that if he will deal enough damage, there is still a possibility to come back to this game. And yes, Mr. LawLiet is mining very, very, very well. He's rebuilding. And as you mentioned, I'm a little bit surprised as well. He was fighting on his ground, right? Surrounded by Moonwells, full of moon juice. But still, this Orc army is so dangerous. Blade Master, Tauren Chieftain, Shadow Hunter. They deal so much damage. And you know, even on pro level, there is so many wards. So many, like, you know, things that you need to target. And remember that Chimeras, they can't attack healing wards, stasis trap, because, you know, they deal magic damage and you can't dispel the wards and also can't attack them with magic damage. So he had to do it like with Dryads, so very hard to do. And yes, now LawLiet is still crossing the map while FoCuS is creeping a red camp that can drop amazing item.
Exactly. What do we got? PC got a lot more health with this. Also a tiny Great Hall. This should be scouted. The wards are truly an issue for LawLiet. The heal ward especially. Stasis traps, you can kind of forget about them. They're not going off. But constant healing against this army is truly a problem. But we got high hero levels now, and we'll see who that favors. Almost 5 Blade Master with 3 bases, soon to be 4 bases. LawLiet has, of course, an incredible economy lead, and he's just attacking the fortress.
There is TP on the Orc. This fortress is not going down, but as you mentioned, another Twisted Meadows thing. 4 Night Elf bases versus 3, and 1 Chimera was out of position, and this Blade Master is not going to let this Chimera fly away. But yes, we are just laming between bases. Look at those 2 Chimeras on the bottom left. They can't decide. Are they going to attack the Expo or the main?
That's right. I mean, it's tempting, both of it. And he doesn't have a Beast Tree to go for Wyvern or Bat Riders. So how do you stop this? In the meantime, the army of FoCuS, or the heroes of FoCuS, are trapped here as well. Going for the Shadow Hunter. Almost dead. Can he take the one-on-one fight? With this little is the question. If LawLiet wins here, the Expo will surely fall. Another Berserker down. Supply lead clearly with the Night Elf. But this Blade Master is still on a mission.
Yeah, this game is getting even more crazy. They're fighting in multiple, like, regions. And they're fighting over all of those expansions. Mr. Neo, this is the most StarCraft 2 game that I have seen in a long time by the amount of bases and the action. And of course, now we have the heroes on top of that, which we love in Warcraft 3. So this is amazing. As you mentioned, expansion of Mr. FoCuS is in trouble. Blade Master is coming back. Shadow Hunter also a very fragile Orc hero at this moment, but he wants to force the TP. Is there enough damage to kill the expansion? And the answer is no.
So close, but on the bottom left-hand side, the 2 Chimeras did the job. Tauren couldn't stop them. 1 base down. Chimera still threatening the main base. In the meantime, LawLiet 1 base after the next. Another Chimera is here, but FoCuS has no chance but to tap out against the Chimeras. And LawLiet wins one of the most unique games that I have ever seen between Orc and Night Elf.
I think we can agree that this game was amazing and exciting. And yes, that's the power of the new patch. And also, without LawLiet, it wouldn't be like this. You say, oh, let's invite, I don't know, Medusa / Live, with all due respect. You know, he would probably play Demon Hunter there. But yes, LawLiet is the man that likes to experiment and to figure it out, to split lane with Chimeras. I think this won the game, this move, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Super creative.
Absolutely. Big brain plays by LawLiet once again, trying to overwhelm with tactics. Of course, a little bit of FFA experience comes here into play as well. A game mode that LawLiet has played for many, many months, and this is not unique to see it there. Great fight by FoCuS in LawLiet's base, but then he didn't have the resources to follow that up, and the missing bestiary really, really hurt him this game.
Hey, Mr. Neo, I will ask a streamer question. Do we now mute each other and we talk to our Twitch chats? What do you think about this?
We can definitely do that because we got a lot of support, both, I guess. So let's do it.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you guys for the subs coming in. Lovely, lovely, lovely. James Levin for the 50 month. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for everything you do to provide us such excellent coverage. It's appreciated. Kirk with the 40 month. Let's effing go. FEB with the raid earlier. Thank you, Karubik, Sir Samsa, Insatiable Nico. You're all wonderful. Of course, if you have a Prime sub lying around, we gladly take it. It is 417 days of continuous coverage of Warcraft 3. And we can only do this because of you guys, because you sub and dono and buy our merch and everything. Aeroplane Blues, for example, is supporting us for 117 months. This is close to the 10 years, dude. Close to the 10 years. Grande Caster crossover episode today. Keep it up. Thank you, Aeroplane. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. Thank you, thank you. I think Mr. Soul has deafened himself as well. And we go in the game. Match
I'm
points.
back, Mr. Neo.
Me too.
Streamer duties done. And
Exactly.
the springtime is ready.
Springtime is ready indeed. Off we go. Match points for LawLiet. The last orc left in the tournament is facing elimination. He has to win 3 maps in a row. But for all the orcs out there, FoCuS is one player who can truly turn series around. I say it every time when he's in a position like this. I've seen him win a best of 7 reverse sweep versus Fortitude. And if you can do that, you can do everything.
FoCuS is definitely what we call a professional player, right? This is his job, to my knowledge, right? To play professional Warcraft 3. And you need to always understand that even though the series is not looking too good for you, there's always another game, and it was known to happen, those reverse sweeps, you know, even versus Happy, as Mr. Starbuck proved in Dubai in 2024. So yes, Mr. FoCuS is definitely able to do it, but the question is in what kind of mind Mr. LawLiet is, and I'm excited to see his hero, which is going to be the classic Demon Hunter.
Yeah, going back to the norm, but we have to see if it's with Huntress or not. But we see the second Moonwell, so it should then be the former meta of Demon Hunter Dryad Bears. Lots of pressure on FoCuS here now. He doesn't know what to expect. He has faced Archers, Huntress, Podums, Chimeras, Dryads, and he tried many different things, but nothing really worked. Seems like he's a bit overwhelmed at the moment, and it's a fast tech without shock.
That's a good point, and okay, so it means aggression, right? He's going to try to pressure, and let's see how is he going to succeed with this. He's going to buy the Circlet. Okay, perfect.
Okay, gets the Wisp as well, forces a detonate. The reason LawLiet is scouting here is that FoCuS has this creep trick where he gets the consumable from the shop with only the Blade Master. He was ready to punish it, but FoCuS decides not to do it because, of course, the knowledge was already in LawLiet's hands. Both with the rather fast tech, and we have a bit of a stalemate between two strong agility heroes again.
Yeah, there's a stalemate, and we are going to plug the Night Elf base, so no more Wisp harassment. And where is the Blade Master? Blade Master is where he belongs. He's getting small item, so he's in the middle, creeping the Gnoll Brute, and maybe he'll get the Sleepers +3 agility. Let's see about that. And it's the worst item, Clog of Shadows.
Okay, kind of nice. Can save you a Windwalk. Sometimes there's no Podum this game. Demon Hunter does the same, creeping small spots to not be a creep jack. Both are kind of busy with themselves, unfolding their tech, playing it slow.
Yeah, and there's no Hunter's Hall, as you mentioned, so it sounds like Dryads to me, Dryad Bear. Of course, you can play Mass Dryads, it's a new patch still, so maybe we'll see something different. But yes, this is going to be most standard game so far.
What do you think about Talons?
Well, Talons are exciting for me because, Mr. Neo, maybe though I look old, you know, I'm new to Warcraft 3. I have been playing since like 4 years. And since then, Talons are kind of like this super off-meta rare strategy, but all of OG players and viewers, they remember the great Talons times. So, Mr. LawLiet, show me.
Yeah, DICE has been playing this on this very map exclusively, and LawLiet is of course always looking into the western scene as well. What's happening there? Reveal. Oh, Arch is caught. Nicely done. That's another first blood for FoCuS. And some wisp on the map as well. We still don't see a Huntress Hall, so that doesn't have to mean a lot.
It screams either bad memory or Talons. And if you were able to split chimeras on Twisted Meadows, your memory is more than fine. So, Mr. Neo, good call. I like it.
Thank you, thank you. Once in a while, you know, a blind hen picks a corn or whatever it's called in English. LawLiet was oftentimes playing this on Last Refuge as well in different variations. One of the very, very few Night Elves that still do this, and this has been his entire game plan so far, right? Unorthodox, not the meta, make it weird.
It's definitely very weird, and we have Beastmaster second, so Tinker third, and is going to be the possibility as well. And yes, for the Night Elf players, you need to wait a lot, right, to get value from Talons. In this current meta, right, Blade Master can later re-skill for mirror image, but it's not that important when your Beast Master is about to die.
Oh, and he dies, that's all right. He's only losing a bit of HP, but the Beastery is gone. There was a surround on the Demon Hunter, but nicely salvaged by LawLiet. He can try to run away now. There is another Hex, but can he reach? No, he goes to creeping instead. Big slap in the face of FoCuS. Without Raiders, you have no control and no damage. And LawLiet is buying so much time for his wins and the tech.
Yeah, what is funny, Beastmaster is dead, but we have two Quill Beasts, you know, so like as offspring of the Beastmaster, but he will be back soon. Demon Hunter is red HP. As you mentioned, there is not enough mana for Hex. There's a differently interesting Creepjack, but again, there is no Dryads. You need to wait for your Talons for a long time, and Mr. LawLiet needs to disengage while FoCuS is getting some juicy experience.
That's true. Will we see Serpent Wards second for the damage, or rather Heal Wave is then the next question. Tier 3 is unfolding perfectly. We get the Adept upgrade, and what is FoCuS doing? Not much, to be honest. He's still working on the Beastery. He's getting the Walkers out for Spirit Link and Area of Effect Dispel, which you need against Talents, or any sort of Dispel, really. But he's not putting any pressure on LawLiet, and the weakest phase of the Talent strategy is over soon.
Yeah, but he's also getting nice levels, right? You need to be patient sometimes with the timing, and you ask me, Sol, what is your professional expertise about the timing versus Talons? I have no idea, because nobody plays this, so let's see if the players remember. According to Mr. FoCuS, it's a creeping time so far.
Yeah, level 3 Power Spike could work well. Night Elf levels are not there yet, are not too impressive yet, but will be soon. The dangerous time is coming soon. Master upgrade queued, and then all the heroes, all the units will be high up in the air. We also get a Tinker then. But FoCuS is taking camps away. I like this for now. Blade Master is not too scary though yet with these items.
Well, he has big invul, a really big invul, right? So he will have some time, you know, when he can't be put into the air. And he got a nice experience, but as you mentioned, Master Talon is almost online. And I can't wait for the Tinker. This time, no rockets, I presume, but Pocket Factory Talons are fragile, so you need to protect them with something in front. So that's why Tinker is so good, but now it's going to be some Creepjack Speed Scroll. Use item in FoCuS Pocket. And LawLiet is too late.
A little bit. Yep. Can't prevent level 3 anymore. A very smart Shadowhunter with Subi Mask and Robe of the Magi. Lots of snakes coming. No Tinker yet for LawLiet. He has... Oh, he doesn't have the resources. Oh, he does. It's Keeper third. Interesting change.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, so maybe he thinks that with Beastmaster he has enough frontline, and with high-level Demon Hunter, as we can see, there is a little bit of a wiggle room in this case, and both players are creeping. So again, creep raft, but as you mentioned, Shadowhunter is level 3, Blademaster is level 3, so you know, this power spike from creeping is not going to be that good for Orc, right? You may say, oh, Shadowhunter level 4, but it's just stronger Hex, right? You don't care that much about Hex on level 4, while Night Elf can get very nice levels.
I think FoCuS... Oh, FoCuS losing a Grunt to creeps! So, I mean, yeah, you can rotate them out and replace them with the radar. Okay, maybe it was on purpose. FoCuS has to expand and FoCuS has to tower. That's the big problem of Talons. Once there is reinforced defense towers up, what do? Nothing. And he has no Tinker to break them with ease. Maybe Treants can help a little bit. But yeah, fortify is the game plan for FoCuS now.
Yes, that's a very good point. I need to record a TikTok one day about how to basically, how many Talons it takes to kill one Orc tower with reinforced defense. It's probably like 6 or something. So yes, when the towers are up, it's very hard for the Night Elf to break them. And we will go to some kind of the late game now. And how this late game is going to look like, I don't know. What I do know, I would love to see a reskill on the Blademaster at some point, right? Because when you have mirror image, those mirror images are additional targets for Talons. So maybe Night Elf can burn some mana on the mirror images.
That would be nice indeed. We get double claws now, as well as Cloak of Flames. Big Invo Potion is the best thing you can find against Talons, otherwise your Blademaster is disabled the entire time. Again, a bit late to the Creep Jack, but gets the lap himself. Got an orb, but only one. I still wonder what the solution to this tower is.
Well, that's like small. Look at this. You have one tower and you have 2 snake towers. 2 snake towers as well. So Mr. FoCuS like, you shall no pass. This is my base. And Mr. Lite is like, okay, you make a nice expansion. I will make an expansion myself. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, on the top right, we have 2 uncrept big camps, so maybe that's plan for Mr. FoCuS to just go north and protect his expansion and creep at the same time, but who knows, maybe he'll actually try to trade as long as he can.
Oh, that Walker was unfortunately misrallied via the north. That's an instant kill right there. The first Fairy Dragon is coming in against casters, but runs straight into the tower. Love the mirror image so far on level 2. Constant chip damage versus Talons is what you want, but LawLiet might be realizing, okay, I can't do anything here. Your defensive position is too good, but your main base is really close, so I will knock on that door.
It's true, but what we can do in this main base, we can kill the shop, that's very true, and a freebie in the form of the Raider, that's annoying. Definitely.
Second
That's
unit.
the power of Entangle, right?
Well, that's the power of not setting your rally point correctly.
We have one beautiful Fairy Dragon as well that will help versus spellcasters, and I think, Mr. Neo, expansion or not, the players want to fight.
Looks like it. We haven't seen a single Cyclone yet. Demon Hunter is kind of trapped under the end snare. Lots and lots of damage raining down on him, but he's a tanky guy with 10 armor via rings, so maybe not the best target. Saves the Cyclone for a long time. Here we go. Blademaster disabled. Beastmaster a little bit surrounded. Keeper level 2. Probably Treants now. Yep, there we go. Raiders have a fine connection, but if everything is clumped up, they have a tough time to connect here. Shadowhunter in the back getting attacked. The Fairy Dragon is really nice. Beastmaster in trouble. Got a TP out. FoCuS is losing so much. Maybe including his tournament life.
Yeah, but the trades were kinda okay for both players, if you ask me, right? Supply looks even, hero levels looks good, keeper, as you mentioned, Tyrian's interesting choice. The game is still open and the players are using the little time they have to heal, and now they need to run into top right because there is a red camp up for grabs. It's like basically what happened in Alaska during the gold rush. They need to go there.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. The trades were okay, but from old experience, back when I was a radio caster, if you played talents, the orc kinda wants to be 10 supply ahead to make this work. And I don't see that happening thus far, but the red camp is contested. We see more fairy dragons. They did a good job. And Quillbeast harassed there as well.
Okay, that's the...
Hurry, Kite, you freaking madman! $100, dude? Are you kidding me? I'll thank you again after this cast, as it is a dual cast, but oh my god, this is crazy.
Double cloths, beautiful helm of valor, circlet. This blade master is ready.
Let's go then. Holy smokes, what? This is a dream blade master for sure. But what's it worth if he's constantly up in the air?
It's very true, but it's going to be mana war, right, at the end of the day. So spirit walkers, they're accumulating a lot of mana, and when you have master ability, they are not on master because they are not going to be the tier 2 orc. So for now they have 450 mana maximum, and it's actually a lot of mana for a caster. And on master they have magnificent 600 mana. I know this because yes, this is the high mana that every Pala Rifle player wants to take to their blood mage.
Such a close affair. And again, FoCuS is bleeding units to entangle. That's the third one. And there's a Kodo on the left-hand side. LawLiet sees it with the fairies over this. This is like, what, 16 supply in 3 units now. Attacking the moon worlds, it's kind of fine. But let's see how we trade.
Yeah, now the position looks a little bit better for Mr. FoCuS, but as you mentioned, you know, he was able to just run away now. He's disengaging. They're still thinking where to take this important fight. There is a Kodo Beast in the air.
Oh man, this is a brutal game for FoCuS. This will take forever though to get the Kodo back on the ground. Maybe he got 3 berserkers. That's crazy as well. Fairy Dragons being webbed, but it's a narrow position, which is never good for Orc.
That's interesting. As you mentioned, the piercing damage source is strong. 3 Ice Troll Berserkers, that's also very rare to see. And Mr. LawLiet wants to reposition himself. He wasn't too happy. No, he wanted to reposition into the Raiders because FoCuS was tricky and he split his army. That's the revenge for splitting the Chimeras on Twisted Meadows. And both players, they have big armies, but supply lead for Night Elf. And now all of the wizards are detonating the mana. Mr. Neo, the mana war goes to the Night Elf.
Exactly. Not too much dispel anymore on the Torrent. The Demon Hunter sold one of the rings. That might be a problem now, as he's always the front row. The Beastmaster has the staff ready. FoCuS is trying to flank with the Raiders into the back. So far, it's not working that well, but now he gets the connection. Finally, Blade Master level 5. We need the crits as fast and as big as possible.
It's a crazy game. Night Elf is dropping with a lot of supply. Mr. FoCuS is looking good and he's still fighting, and maybe the Talons are not really played often because, you know, there are better strategies.
Phew, that came a bit out of nowhere here. Very good fight. The crits, or the mirror image was crazy actually. The crit wasn't even skilled now that I see it. I expected a different outcome, to be honest, but the pressure play at the end of this game, very, very, very well done by FoCuS. If the Raiders find the connection to talents, they kill them in seconds. He was well equipped for this fight, and FoCuS and the orcs in general are still alive.
Yes, the last hope of orcs. There was a lot of hype before, you know, the patch. Are we going to see Taurens, Witch Doctors? And yes, overall, Night Elf and Orc, they have a lot of cool changes. But as you mentioned, The orcs are not doing too well, and hopefully Mr. FoCuS will show us what he has ready. So far, he likes to open with his Blade Master. He showed us that he can do it pretty well. And now, if I'm correct, we are going to see LawLiet map, right? So
Yeah.
I wonder what he has prepared. Is it going to beat the Potom All first?
We'll see what the map is. At the moment, it's not up yet. But we can say from the first 3 games, we have seen almost all the units that are available to the 2 players, right? I think like Glaives are missing and Mountain Giants, but apart from that, we've seen it all except Hippos then. And on the Orc side, Radar, Walker, Tauren, Witch Doctor, Headhunter, Grunts. So much variety all of a sudden in this matchup when this was one of the most stale matchups in Warcraft 3 history. It's awesome.
Yes, but you remember, maybe it's this honeymoon period, you know, sorry, Mr. Neo, to put you a little bit on the planet Earth from this exotic meta heaven, right? You know, they are experimenting, as Mr. LawLiet, right? If you show me a replay of Medusa playing a Potom first versus Orc, then I would say, oh my god, we really have a huge meta change. But that's what I like myself, you know. 1 year ago, when there was a new patch and you could start casting Cripple on a mechanical unit, so in the human versus undead, we saw Cripple on tanks, on siege engines. Happy had this 2-week period when he played mass necromancers, necrowagon, versus every single human on ladder. And I was so excited that it's going to be the meta. And it was only 2 weeks, and after that there was no more necro-wagons. So
Yeah,
who
you know.
knows? But guys, it's definitely a very exciting moment.
That was ruined by Peli Rifle, I'm sure.
No. It was ruined by the Archmage.
Ay. Evil Archmage.
And Gryphons and Knights. Yes.
All those units that we
Brilliant
don't need.
Aura.
We got the next game up. I take a little time to thank a couple of people, if that's all right, and then we see each other on Last Refuge.
Perfect, Mr. Neo.
Hurricane, you're one of the absolute freaking MVPs. In case you missed it, I'm just gonna play the alert again. There's not many people watching this channel that have supported us as much as you did. There we go. Customary Warcraft text, LOL, just casually dropping $100. You are so freaking awesome. Thank you. Also to Hestox, GiddyLol, and Arzonix. Thank you guys for the support. It's much appreciated. And now we go on to Last Refuge. Is this gonna be the last map for the Orcs in this tournament? That is
Hopefully not, Mr. Neo. I'm ready, and yes, nothing really crazy. There is going to be normal Night Elf hero, not the Tavern hero. And for the Orc, we see the good usual, 1 Blade Master, 1 Grunt, and yes, looks standard to me, but I heard that also Last Refuge is a good Talons map, isn't it?
That is 100% correct. FoCuS has shown that he's able to counter this well already before. So are you confident then, when this strategy failed on Springtime, to go for it on Last Refuge? LawLiet is a player who usually thrives on momentum, so the 2 maps won, really good. I can see that this strategy failing on Springtime can put a little dent in his confidence, so rather go back to the norm, I would say.
Okay, Mr. Neo, you know LawLiet very well. So I will trust you on that, and maybe he will go to... He want to guarantee the win, right? It's like the Warcraft III World Championship, right? Dolphin Cup, the amazing tournament, of course, with a very good lineup. And again, there is no item creeping, there is no shop, and on this very map on Last Refuge, you can go and buy even double circlet. I don't know if double circlet is not too crazy, but so far, FoCuS owns 1 circlet.
Exactly, and then he pulls back to the north and goes creeping. Interesting to not harass LawLiet at all. With Ancient of War, you can creep really fast. What we've not seen here is immolation creeping, which was the norm in the last patch and also in late game fights. It did a lot. Ah, there we go. There it is.
That's perfect, and yes, very nicely done by Mr. FoCuS to clean. He grabbed the green camp without getting any inner fire. There is a way with Windwalk how you can position your Blade Master. He did it very nicely, and he got rewarded by the drop because he got replenishment potion.
Very nice. So if you don't have a shop, this is probably the best item you can find. More HP, more mana, and it's all coming to you for free. So far, texts are unfolding, shop is coming, more burrows are coming. We gather a lot of information about our opponents. And FoCuS is stealing the Murloc away. This is not something you see every day.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they're trying to outsmart each other. And you know how to outsmart LawLiet? Go to the water with 4 Murlocs and see what happens.
This camp should have a Makrura, in my opinion.
Well, Mr. Neo, I have a big plan. Maybe it's not going to be realized, but during summer I will make a map maker contest for a map named Bora Bora, and my only requirement will be to put 3 different Makruras there, including Makrura Tight Collar, but it's in the future. Imagine making a vacation Warcraft 3 tournament hosted on Bora Bora map.
Can you imagine? $20,000 tournament, Game 7, we decide the World Championship on Rara Land or something, and here we go, we load into the final map of the day. It's Bora Bora. We need this, so we need this.
LawLiet is creeping with Potom, the Makrura Tidal Lord, as a second camp with some trick. That would be amazing. But we are still in this game, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this, Blade Master at the Goblin Merchant. This guy is trying to open Orc Magi.
Wow.
That's very ambitious.
Yeah, but it works. The Ogre with the Bloodlust can't attack the Blade. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. But FoCuS, since the old days of Turtle Rock, maybe 15 years ago, he's the expert with creeps like this. He also did it recently on Springtime, and now he does it here on Last Refuge. I don't think I've ever seen it in this fashion. Scroll of the Beast will be sold, but it's a lot of gold and a lot of circlets.
I'm laughing because you know that I'm a big fan of one particular player that likes to play Orc and collect circlets, and Mr. FoCuS has freaking 3 circlets. So this is his way of going back to this game. He's going to get every single circlet from this map, which is perfect. And we see Hans, okay? So we are going into... Oh, look at this! Wow. He anticipated Blade Master, mamma mia.
They know each other. They know each other. They traveled the world together. And yeah, then you know what the opponent is doing. Nice to see that we have this reveal. We got a Demon Hunter scouting the Shadow Hunter timing, which is quite important. So he can creep this with ease. It's level 3. Blade Master gets Devotion Aura. Kinda nice against an all physical damage army of FoCuS, and lures for Dryads. Hunts and Dryads, just like in the early phases of this game.
That's very true, and maybe expansion, right, will be what Nidal wants to do, because as mentioned, he will have Hunts, he will have some Dryads, so this strong tier 2 army that can allow him to protect his expansion. And what Mr. FoCuS is going to do? Standard Raider, Walker, some leftovers from the barrack. It's going to be an interesting game. I don't see expansion attempt just yet. Of course, Mr. LawLiet has a Wisp there, but he's not going into the expansion direction. He wants to fight a little bit. The Keeper is here, and you know what? Spirit Walkers are cool, but you need to upgrade them into the Adept to have any Dispel. That's why FoCuS is hiding in his base. He's afraid of the Entangle, as he should be.
Yeah, again, LawLiet has a very good read on this game. Was checking the laboratory just a couple of seconds after FoCuS was there for a little snipe. Huntress upgrade is 2/3 done, and this is where you expand. You hold this position, or can't do anything. He's trapped in the base, and that is time for your second base to grow.
That's perfect. Mr. Neo, I will just ask, do you have 0 seconds delay on Flow TV? Sorry for...
think so. I can't check.
Okay, perfect.
Why you ask?
Yeah, I just felt that my predictions are too good sometimes.
Well, that just comes with experience as a caster, so I know that.
Yeah, I was confused. I'm making so many predictions. Mr. Lenny was like, oh, yes, you are right. Just wanted to double check for real. No kappa here. Okay, as you mentioned, LawLiet took him hostage for some time, but you can't do it forever. And now the lab is open. And yes, the Orc Magi will go down. Ankh is a decent item, you know, you usually don't want to lose your Blade Master, and Healing Stone would be better because you have insta regeneration, you know. On top of that, the Ankh needs to wait your inventory until you are dead. So it's like making a good wheel before you die, you know, you don't get bonus from the wheel before. But yes, both players are creeping, and the question is, can LawLiet keep the expansion alive?
Ooh, FoCuS must know by now that this is happening. He got a big mana potion once again. The best item you can possibly find. Holds the skill point. Doesn't really know if he wants to hero focus or heal his units. We got access to the mercenary camp if necessary. We're missing some moonwells, but upgrade is ready. Huntress, heavy armor.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the mercenary camp will help a lot a little bit later when we have more gold that we can spend. Sometimes situations like this occurs when you have an expansion. So yes, the last refuge is a pretty sweet map for this expansion attempt. We have the sentinels, right? In order to spot the Blade Master, and Mr. LawLiet is just creeping around as he should.
I love that he gets the Sentinel upgrade. Of course, it's against the creep-jacking Blade Master, but FoCuS is also, I would say, the best player in using the Blade Master to deny the entangled gold mine. And if you have an owl up, this Blade Master will always be scouted, can always be entangled, and with that, the Blade Master can't do anything against this anymore. So this is once again an example of how well LawLiet knows to counter FoCuS, and FoCuS knows so well how to counter LawLiet. This would not happen from a Medusa, Colorful, or Kaho.
Yes, that's very true. And we have counter expansion attempt. Mr. LawLiet is crossing the map immediately. He saw him with his Wisp, right? So he knows that either expansion or FoCuS wants to creep the red camp, and why not both? That's why we see active Night Elf, and he wants to fight.
Oh, is FoCuS ready? He just invested this gold. Needs a better defensive spot. Blade Master, bit inactive. Here's the damage, trying to take out the Dryads first. Kodo is coming in for a big damage boost, but FoCuS, it's not looking good for his Raiders here at all. He got Serpent Wards level 2, only Heal Wave level 1. He's bleeding units, and this might be the last fight of his tournament.
Blade Master got surrounded, he has Ankh, right? So that's why we are disengaging a little bit. Mr. LawLiet understands that he has a very good position. He has expansion running, so he doesn't need to fight for real. But why not to remove the Ankh from the Blade Master? And as you mentioned, there is a snake pit, but he ran away from it. He's looking quite good. He has the healing stone on his Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is back to full HP and is looking kinda tough for the Orc fans. The Night Elf. Hope Mr. LawLiet, the creative Night Elf, is doing nicely, and yes, we see Hans in this matchup, so that's pretty impressive. Keeper is on level 3, the Dispel is very low. Maybe we are going to see Entangle. Yes, it's Entangle on the Blade Master. Mr. Dio, this Blade Master is so fragile.
Oh, he can't run away anymore, can he? He's slowed down, and the deep... No, wait, he gets him eventually. The big carry has fallen. FoCuS is 20 food down. In any other game, this would be a tap out right away, but it's the 21,000 DWCC. Now there's no way out anymore. LawLiet with the 3-1. Great recovery after that gruesome defeat yesterday against Fortitude. And FoCuS can't recover from the loss that he received against Happy. He was a little shaky in the group stage already. Had a great recovery. Yesterday, he threatened Happy on Tidehunters to an incredible late game, but then every other game wasn't that impactful. We have to say goodbye to the last Orc in the tournament, but I would say the better prepared and more creative player survives.
Well, it's hard to say bye-bye to Orcs. I would like to see Taurens, I would like to say Witch Doctors, but after the game on Twisted Meadows, I would let Mr. LawLiet to eliminate even the last Pala Rifle player.
Are you Soul Chimera man now?
Well, that was impressive, you know. That's like to position your chimeras like that, you know. I know that was like 3 games ago, but I still have this in my head. It's like being a chess fan, and you're like, oh, in this game, in move 17, this guy made something crazy. And yes, it was crazy.
It was crazy. Probably the best game of the tournament so far. Oh, man. Being a LawLiet fan is never easy. Yesterday, like the group stage was so good, but also a bit between heaven and hell. The game against Infi was so awesome. Then the game against Starbuck was a disaster. And then the series versus Fortitude is a disaster again. And then the series versus FoCuS is a dream again. It's a roller coaster tournament so far by LawLiet, but he makes it into the top 6. That's nice little prize money guaranteed. $1,000 at least. And he will play the day after tomorrow again.
Yeah, this is very true. And now we have a very interesting game, right? Because Starbuck is in front with Mr. Eero. Mr. Neo, I have a confession to make. I wasn't following Mr. Eero that closely on the live patch. Can you give me like TLDR? How is Mr. Eero doing?
That's a very, very good question, Mr. Soul. Answering this isn't easy for me either. It's like flipping a coin. You watch a map. It's not even a series. It's watching a map. And either he plays like one of the best players in the world, top 4, stellar performance, stellar timings, everything clicks, or he gets overrun in 4 minutes and he taps out. Everything is possible with 1-2-0 these days.
Well, that's a pretty... So it's like a box of chocolate, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes you get very, very tasty. You know, for me, it's like, I don't know, coconut chocolate flavor or something. And I don't like toffee. So if I get toffee, you know, even though it looks nice, it doesn't taste as good.
Yeah, we can recap 1-2-0's tournament real quick. He was in a group full of undeads and colorful. So the early series versus colorful played amazing. Great keeper craft as well. It was more or less a standard game, but colorful was the better player. Then a series versus Labyrinth where 1-2-0 got destroyed by a Dreadlord on map 1, but then pulled it together with nice adaptation and Dark Ranger second. Back-to-back wins, eliminates Labyrinth. Then Colorful has a disaster of a series and basically invites 1-2-0 into the playoffs, where he faced Kaho yesterday, and it was exactly as I said. Like the first 2 maps, really, really weak 1-2-0. Map 3 and 4, incredibly strong. And then on game 5, I'd say both players meet on eye level, and Kaho was just the better player. For Starbuck, also a bit between heaven and hell. Group D was a very, very tough one. Started against Infi, and he destroyed Infi's Pally rifle in 4 minutes on springtime. I have never seen this before. I've never seen Pally rifle being destroyed this early. Then also clapped LawLiet. But what I've seen yesterday from Starbuck versus Sock was very underwhelming, to be honest. So also here the question, which Starbuck will we see?
That's a very good question. And yesterday I was watching as well, and you know, Starbuck was in this like a very, very good shape, and you know, Sok won both with Archmage and with Pala Rifle, right? So maybe this day Sok felt like a beast, and now we have the real test, right? Mr. Starbuck can't lose this series to not get eliminated. And yes, human versus undead can be crazy. Starbuck is this rare human hybrid. I mean, human player hybrid. He can play both. Very good Archmage, top tier Archmage, and top tier Pala Rifle. And Mr. 1-2-0 used to be known for this undead player that can't really counter Pala Rifle well. Of course, we remember what happened in B Cup. Mr. Happy was able to counter Starbuck with some crazy solo Criplord play and stuff like that. So imagine being Eero here. He needs to prepare for both. Good Pala Rifle player, good Archmage player, and you know, it's a pretty different preparation. So I hope you are prepared, Mr. Eero. You are going to need this.
We need good games in Seoul. The game is live. We start on Autumn Leaves. We have to eliminate one of the greatest players in the world, either the second best undead, a 2-time world champion in 1-2-0, or one of the best Pally Rifle players, the best Western player, the winner of the DWCC Western qualifier, and a top 4 player in Starbuck. It's kind of hard, but this is how tournaments work. If you want to survive, good freaking luck. The first match between them on this patch, it is 6-7 historically in favor of 1-2-0, but the last 2 encounters in B Cup 16 and also in the Don't Force Me Cup were clean wins for Starbuck. Since then, we had a patch. It's the first matchup between them on this patch. And where this matchup stands, I got no clue either. Best of 5, first to 3. The winner faces the loser of Happy and Fortitude.
We need to worry about the game we have on hand, right? And it's pretty clear that it's going to be Archmage. We see the Archmage in the altar. We see the Footman opener. And yes, in this matchup, it's all going to be about expansion. But Mr. Neo, the Dreadlord got buffed, and 1-0 is bringing us this exotic taste today.
Okay, he probably watched Grubby's tournament and saw Turin owning the winner bracket with the Dreadlord, and now we do it as well. It is a little bit of a 1-0 special on Autumn Leaves, and sometimes Last Refuge. In the most desperate times of Undead versus Human, he's done this before against Fortitude, and this was oftentimes the map where he had the victory, his only victory of that series. But 1-0 is an extraordinary Dreadlord player, and Starbuck's task is now to break it.
Yeah, and interesting what Starbuck is going to do. I don't see farm number 4 just yet, and he's... okay, so what is he exactly doing? We'll see about that. He wants to creep level 3, yes. Farm number 4 at the Goblin Merchant, so it's going to be expansion, but expansion with level 3. In the meantime, 1-0 is going to cross the map and basically not maybe creepjack Starbuck, because Starbuck has a stronger army, but slow him down. He has sleep first, so sleep surrounds are possible, but militia is coming, and Mr. 1-0 needs to be very careful.
Last hits are very important. Level 2 denied for now. Incredibly important last hit. For Starbuck here, pulls all of the militia. He has the tech resources, or the expansion resources, but now invests more into economy and footmen. So even though the last hit goes to Starbuck, still his game plan is a little bit delayed.
Yes, and he's producing more militia, more peasants, but remember, we are on Autumn Leaves, so it's possible to take like 8-9 militia and just go for a remote expansion, but you sleeps around. You know, I missed some sleeps arounds with army that big sometimes, and look, the Footmans almost survived, but it's okay. Level 2 unlock, as you mentioned. Dreadlord got buffed on level 3, so not yet. And look at this, Dreadlord is going to creep, I think.
Looks like it. In the middle of the map for mercenaries. He can then go for a Berserker and a Shadow Priest for more damage and Dispel. We don't really know where this matchup stands right there. We have nerfs to Banshees and Anti-Magic, and then we have changes to Burrow as well. But first we fight as we know it with Ghouls, Footmen, Archmage, Water Elementals. That was strong, but a good Dispel as well. The Berserker! You can't lose the Berserker here. That's so much XP and so much gold. 1-0. This is not that great. Needs to get a lot of return kills now.
Yeah, but he has Mana Stone and he's trying to land the surround, and he did land the surround. Can he keep the surround going? Yes, he can, but it's going to be costly for him. Starbuck is teleporting out, but many units has fallen. But remember, Mr. Neo, if I can name one hero that needs a lot of mana and one hero that got buffed recently, and his name is Dreadlord, and one item is the Mana Stone. He has the freaking Mana Stone, Mr. Neo. He's still waiting because Mana Stone is giving him additional mana regen, so it's very interesting to see how long he's going to hold to his Mana Stone. But this is a perfect thing to see how good Dreadlord really is, because he's on level 3. He has this buffed ability, and so far, Mr. Orange, Mr. 1-0, he wants to play defensively, and he wants to just defend his Xbox close to the Ziggurat. Maybe it's the result of this Mana Stone, right? He wants to keep the game open as long as he can, because he's getting this sweet mana regen.
Yeah, I like this choice. He could have Carrion swarmed the peasants, but then the Mana Stone is gone and Starbuck was already splitting against it. It wasn't the perfect opportunity, so rather play it safe and get the value until your statues are out and you have the mana regeneration anyway, and you have enough gold for mana potions. 1-0 keeps up the aggression, and Starbuck lost the TP already. Yep, it's not gonna be too great. Can he wiggle out?
Yeah, he can.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe that was a mistake from Mr. 1-0. If he popped the Mana Stone, he could like Carrion Swarm, sleep, Carrion Swarm, you know? But no, he plays it slow. He thinks that he can dominate in the late game. Okay, fair enough. But you know, I would like to give this exact position to Happy, because I think Happy has this, like, you know, shark instinct. When he sees the opportunity, he will jump on you. So never go to the swimming pool with Happy. That's my.
Yeah, if I would say such things, I would be accused of being a fanboy again. So I'm happy that you say that. Nice micro by 120, saving the Shadow Priest as well as the Ghoul, getting a surround on the Water Elemental, lots of XP, and the Dreadlord is thriving. The higher the level, the better he is. He's going into that position again. Starbuck, why are you playing this so risky?
But for now it works, you know, Mr. Neo, this situation. We either judge him as a genius or the opposite.
True.
So far it works. So far Mr. Starbuck is using the map layout for his advantage. And the Muddy will be unlocked soon. And yes, Starbuck was just waiting for the Mercs. So for now, Mr. Starbuck passes as a genius.
Yeah, Muddy and the Mauler. M&M for a little bit of tankiness and also slow. 6 slows is a lot. Tech is on the way for Starbuck. My god, what an early game this was. 7 minutes, 40 seconds, pure action, pure brawling. And now I look into 120's base for the first time. I see double crypt. Is the Madman going gargoyles versus humans?
We have, as you mentioned, there is Dreadlord. We have gargoyles. This is amazing way to deal with gyrocopters / flying machines, right? With Carrion Swarm on high level. And Mr. Neo, is it going to be the first time we see the Frostwares? But unfortunately, a little bit, the Troll Priest got caught on the bottom, and Mr. 120 got the heal scroll. That's important for him. His expansion looks okay. He's making 1 Spirit Tower. He has a lot of mana, but Starbuck wants to pressure as much as he can.
Exactly. When are the gargoyles coming? The first round is here. Trying to take some acolytes away and ideally delay the tech a little bit because of it. Panda, amazing choice. Seems like Starbuck was exposed to this before. He didn't see the gargoyles yet, but he had a very solid idea. Ghouls are falling, Dreadlord being pressured, Berserker to the side, but the Footman and the Water Elementals on acolytes.
Yeah, we have the Spirit Towers. At Spirit Towers, they deal a lot of damage. The Dreadlord is still running around. We are going to lose some acolytes, but remember, Mr. Neo, Mercs are expensive, and Starbuck use a lot of money on them. Heal scroll used by Starbuck. At this point, his healing looks very tiny, but the amount of acolytes is dropping as we speak. Dreadlord is trying to run away. He needs to be very careful, as you mentioned, the guard. It's actually Fiends. He changed his mind. He's producing Fiends. He's scared that it's not going to be enough. And yes, the expansion is on fire. It's not looking too drastic, but Starbuck is marching into tier 3 category.
He has a late blacksmith, so maybe he's going Griffins? Because it was the discussion in the late patch, right? Like, what do you do against Knight's Griffin as an undead these days, with anti-magic being weakened a lot? I gotta say, I am incredibly impressed with Starbuck's mid-game. This was so excellently done. The Panda is probably not an ideal choice like a Mountain King would be now, but it made 120 switch the tactics, and with that alone, it's already impactful.
Mr. Neo, can we count the amount of barracks in Mr. Starbuck game? Okay, it was 4, now it's 3, and he's adding workshop.
Okay.
So I was like, why he's making 4 barracks? But one of the mistake, and yes, I remember I was watching back to Warcraft one day, and you mentioned that he likes to play 3 free upgraded knights.
Yes.
That's like Mr. Starbuck's secret sauce. So I think he's going into this direction, right? He wants to have very well upgraded knights, but of course a long way before that. And what 120 is going to do versus it?
Yeah.
That's my question.
It's been, yeah, that is a good question. I don't know. We go double workshop now as well, as it's only Fiends and not Gargs. Breath of Fire Panda does a lot of damage constantly. The statue is here. Needs another coil is the Dreadlord. I gotta say, Starbuck is doing such an excellent job at stopping the progress of the Dreadlord. It was a 6-minute level 4. And now the Dreadlord is still level 4.1. Like, he didn't kill anything.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Starbuck doesn't have the bank, right? If Human is dominating in this mid-game, in this like early-late game, I remember Fortitude literally banking 2000 gold on purpose, but you usually do it with the Gryphos, right? Now, Mr. Starbuck is producing his knights already, his supply is also not that high yet, so I think the game is still open. And yes, the question is, as you mentioned, how are we going to use the Banshees? But versus Knights, we don't need the anti-magic shell. So who knows? Maybe the game will be long enough to see these magnificent casters. Carrion Swarm to guarantee the kill. And Starbuck is running back.
Invo Potion as well. Tier 3 done by 120 for a long time. He didn't play Banshees at all, so I would be a bit surprised to see it here. As long as there's no Griffins, 120 is in love with Abominations. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Abominations, Fiends, statues as a unit composition. Even though...
Neo, we have Orb of Slow.
Oh!
In this matchup. I thought this orb is dead. So Mr. Starbuck, show me, is this orb worth it? For the viewers, there is no more healing reduction. There is a chance to proc a slow ability that can't be dispelled. And look at this beautiful graphic effect. This one fiend is red.
Yeah, and Knights are super fast already. Plus the slow effect. This can be really good, especially against Abominations there as well. Breath of Fire rattling through. We fight into towers. It's probably not ideal, but the second orb of slow effect, this fiend might be able to survive being in range of the statue. Nicely done. Water Elemental chasing. Excellent micro 120. And Starbuck loses a knight over it.
Yes, this is true, and it gives time to 120 to plan his late game, and he's going for Destroyer form. But of course, with humans, if human will commit into gyrocopters, there is this like deal, the peace deal, you know, that there will be no destroyers, but human needs to pay the price with like 5 AFK gyrocopters, basically. So it's interesting for me to see how it's going to develop. But Panda is level 2, and Mr. Starbuck is chasing. Defna is just on level 1. Sleep used on level 2 sleep on the Paladin. That's funny. Orb of Slow is proccing Mr. Neo. This orb works.
Starluck. Maybe we should rename him, but he gets the sleep on the Paladin. There is a stab though, and gets him back to safety. I gotta say, this orb is kinda nice. Surely more impactful than the orb of fire would have been at this point. But still, Knight's Gyro's coming.
This is very true, yes. And ladies and gentlemen, another proc of Orb of Slow. The Fiends are quite fragile here, but nice micro by 2 players. Supply looks even, and Dreadlord is slowly but coming into this level 5 direction. We know how good AoE of Dreadlord can be, even versus Knights, even though they have a lot of HP, right? And yes, players are disengaging. Let me check the upgrades on Mr. Starbuck. Knights so far 1-0 only. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and what is happening now?
You know what's happening now, Soul? 120 is going double Temple of the Damned. It's time for the Banshees. Let's go! The best way... Yeah?
Yes?
The best way to fight an enemy is to just grab his entire army and let it fight for you. Then he has a knight less, you have a knight more. And there's no Stormbolt against these. It's only Panda. I think 120 is making a brilliant transition, but does he have the time? He's getting Creepjack.
Creepjack with the Orb of Slow effect of the statue, and look at these 2 destroyers are in the air, but we have so many flying machines. Terrible position for 120. He has Scroll of Teleportation. A little bit surprised that he's not teleporting too early, because Mr. Neo 120 is looking bad here. Double Staff of Sanctuary for Starbuck. He's saving his knights very nicely, and Undead is just kiting away. He can't even use his damage to kill the webbed gyrocopters. One fiend was left behind. This orb actually works. This orb is good. It's good.
Oh man, what an impact this orb makes. This is the first time we see it in this matchup on pro level in the tournament, and it's progging left and right. 120 down to 61. Only 1 statue. The destroyers are not part of this. They're dead as well. Starbuck is playing a phenomenal late game, forcing his opponent into a town portal. Maybe another fiend. Then almost a deny on the knight. Starbuck's denies have been amazing throughout the entire game so far, I gotta say. And now close to level 5 Archmage, double heal scroll, Panda close to 3. Fighting over this creep spot was incredibly important for Starbuck.
Well, this is very true, and Starbuck is getting rewarded. Are we going to see Orb on the Golem? Attack the Golem, Mr. Starbuck. I want to see this magnificent Granite Golem slow down. Can we proc? Can we proc before he dies? Yes, it was a proc for a short moment. So yes, it works even on Destroyers. It works on Breakers, you know, and on the Granite Golem as well. Pretty cool. And yes, he got level 5. He went for Brilliance Aura immediately, even though Mr. Starbuck, he doesn't have, you know, casters. Aura is just for the heroes. when they have high level Panda is worth, with mana is worth more than this bigger water elemental. But as you mentioned, the Banshees are slowly accumulating, and you know, maybe there'll be enough time for 1-0 to use them. But triple Staff of Sanctuary, that's the biggest defense versus Banshee possession, and they are fighting. Is possession going to be ready? I don't think so.
No. It just started. It's very late. It's not a great fighting position either to be in against the Panda. We got some anti-magic shell, but of course nerfed in this patch. The statue is getting torn apart. Knights being staffed out. Fiend on the left-hand side. Mortar team with frag shards is doing an absurd amount of damage to these Banshees who need to survive. We have a little bit of curse that is great damage mitigation, but Starbuck is confident to fight in the towers. Knights falling left-hand side. We got a level 5 Dreadlord now. Huge damage output, and there's still so many Fiends alive. Is Starbuck overcommitting maybe?
Yeah, surprise. Supply is getting closer and closer. I'm very surprised by this, as I mentioned, but there is still mana on Starbuck heroes, but he used his staff, you know, so even though supply looks even, Mr. Starbuck is missing some units. Invul popped on the Paladin Archmage!
Oh no! With the TP! He had an invul potion there as well. Is this entire game just falling apart? Master training for the Banshees is ready in a second, trying to evacuate. He's still getting back in. He wants that Lich. One more hit and he would have gotten it. Maybe the kill. Invul potion transferred, and the third hero is saved. Unbelievable hold by 1-2-0, and confidence bites Starbuck here into towers. Gets the Archmage back from the tavern, but this fight is not over.
Yeah, but it's this bad feeling, you know, you are ahead, you are slowing the units with Orb of Slow, you know, everything is working well, and then suddenly you a little bit over, you know, extend, and suddenly Undead strikes back, and this is the power of the Undead on high level, right? You don't expect this, but the Coil Nova is waiting for you with the Carrion Swarm as well on top. But ladies and gentlemen, Starbuck is still here and Starbuck is fighting. 5
Knights are still there. Can he accumulate mana maybe for possession? Ooh, nasty Nova into the backline. The mortar teams have all disappeared. Sick AoE. Usually we talk about this when he's playing a Crypt Lord, but no, Dreadlord can have this massive Carrion Swarms again. The Orb of Slow makes a retreat rather difficult. And the Fiend is falling and Starbuck is holding, but man, does he need production.
Yeah, he needs production, but he's ahead in supply. And Mr. Neo, how close are we to level 6 Dreadlord? Not that close, because yes, that can be a real game changer. By the way, sorry for off topic, but I heard that you mentioned that Infernal was changed a little bit because of change to Immolation. Is it true?
Mr. Apeman, is this a grande disaster? Mamma mia. The one good ultimate that Undead had was nerfed. The Immolation was cut in half. 5 damage instead of 10. Unusable, unplayable game.
Okay, so they can't stop nerfing Undead ultimates. Okay, got it. Okay, we have so many Banshees, but remember, triple Staff of Sanctuary will help a lot. And now, who is going to micro better? Because it's all about the micro. Mords are connecting into Abominations, they're dying!
And the frag shards in the back for the Banshees. Grande damage by Starbuck. Now the dancing of the Banshees is a little bit better. I don't think we have a single possession yet. And also no mana for that. Pally, trouble, Invul ready. Mortar team's MVP of this fight.
Yeah, I said Abominations, but I mentioned the Banshees because they are so impactful, almost like Abominations, but I can't see a single possession. It's a disaster, and Starbuck is basically sealing the deal here.
I agree. The Knights are cutting through Acolytes. The Mortars are hard countering the Banshees. Heroes are at 50%. No close to an Infernal we are. This time, no towers anymore as they've all been cut down. DK in trouble. Panda very tanky against Coil Nova. Gets the Holy Light from a defensive Paladin on the left-hand side. And again, these frag shards are so sick.
Yeah, there's no time when you have mords on buildings, but remember, Undead still have this, you know, a lot of single target damage with Orb of Corruption. Maybe there is a new flashy Orb of Slow, but remember, Orb of Corruption, the single target damage can be huge. And Paladin went down, and is the hero will focus the way. 20 supply behind. Archmage still has a Scroff teleportation and is going back, but yes, Starbuck won this fight for sure.
What a game! 22-minute banger. Gyro's still left behind. He wants that Paladin back. Do we have a Coil Nova? Not really. Carrion Swarm also not ready. But we are closing in on outmined main bases. Nobody's mining from their main anymore. We check the expansions. 4,000 for 120, 2.5 for Starbuck. Does the human have to think about another base?
Yes, the human is thinking about big push, Mr. Neo. Human is regenerating with Scroll of Regen, with very juicy, the Brilliance Aura level 3. He's pumping the mana. We have some breakers that are amazing versus Banshees. They can dispel, steal the curse. And look at this, Undead doesn't have too much. Undead has a dream, and in his dream he's casting this Infernal. Nerfed Immolation or not, Infernal is still pretty good, and the fight is starting.
Ooh, the Banshee's way too far forward once again. Orb of Slow on her and killed immediately. Militia take out Acolytes and the base. 120's army is barely existing. We're trying to come in with Gyrocopter, with destroyers, but the Gyrocopters are there. Barely any Carrion Swarms anymore. One Knight for free, but if he gets the expansion as an exchange, that is of course worth it. This Panda is working out beautifully, including against statues. And now the Gyros connect.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm doing now is watching Dreadlord experience. He's level 5.7, but yes, he needs to go back. Death Knight is almost dead. Orb of Slow on the Destroyer, that was nice. And expansion is left alone. How many mortar teams we have? Only one, but it still provides a lot of damage. Panda has a lot of mana. Breath of Fire used. There is no more anti-magic shell on the Death Knight. He has a lot of mana though. Okay, actually there was one more Brave Banshee there. But yes, Undead can't kill a unit.
Looks like it. The staff's ready. The staff's so powerful. The Paladin can still spam the Holy Light, and maybe soon on the Dreadlord. 5.7 for an eternity. The Dreadlord gets another coil, but that was the last one. Archmage standing tall. The Expo is done for as the mortar teams and peasants did what they had to do. Starbuck 71 supply, 120 a lousy 31. And if all things go according to plan, this is Starbuck's win in game 1.
Yes, and he is winning the game on the top of the orb. Proc Dreadlord goes down. Double level up. It's called. What a game.
What a game indeed. Oh my god. Banger of an undead versus human. Oftentimes they're a bit underwhelming these days with all the Crypt Lords and Ghoul Floods, but this is the beauty of the matchup. With double expansion, with tech switches, with caster units left and right, with amazing hero action. This was grande Warcraft by both players.
Well, and I stand corrected. It means that I should stick into casting Warcraft because it's kinda easier than predict the impact of the new patch, the Orb of Slow. To be honest, in this matchup with this running left and right, it actually looked nice. Even better than Orb of Fire, so I'm impressed.
Me too. Absolutely. Maybe you can make an argument that Orb of Fire was always good against Undead, and if you compare it now, what's really better? Would there have been more hero focus with an Orb of Fire or not? But yeah, it was definitely noticeable that it does proc a lot. An Orb of Slow, good impact. I agree.
Yes, impressive, exotic, and now it's going to be 1-2-0 map. And how do you rate the Dreadlord performance? So that was a very nice start, but then a lot of things went wrong, and we didn't see the full potential of the Dreadlord, and sadly not the ultimate. But the only one thing is missing, Mr. Neo, Frostworms. Are we going to see a single Frostworm in this game? We'll see about that, because they were buffed as well, right?
Correct. More range and a bit of area of effect versus air. But yeah, Dreadlord performance, your first question. It was a rapid rise to level 4, and that looked really good. But he was then stuck at 4.1 for a very, very, very long time. Courtesy of Starbuck, of course, to not give him any easy kills once the Knights were out. Holding the Gyros back when they weren't necessary. Also very good. And so many denies. And if the Dreadlord can't get to level 5, it's very similar to a Warden, that you can't unfold the true potential. And then we had the same story when he was level 5 but couldn't get to level 6. and also couldn't harass the worker line at all with maybe a staff because there was so much pressure on the undead all the time. Excellent anti-Dreadlord play by Starbuck.
Yeah, this is very true. Interesting that he went for that many knights. This is what he likes to do. And the next game is ready, and next game is going to be played on Concealed Hill. I'm just jumping in.
Me too. Forwarding as well. Thank you all for the support. Despot, Simon, and Pato coming in with the subs. Love to see it. Love to see it. Starbuck with a very good start. It looks a lot better, a lot more confident than what we've seen on in the match versus Sock. And we are in the game, and Soul, I think you have to sound a bell, a certain alarm bell.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pali rifle alert in your neighborhood. As we can see, there is no barrack just yet because we start with the blacksmith before. And maybe I was late with my Flow TV, but yes, there is a barrack and there is a Pala rifle, ladies and gentlemen. Is Pala rifle still playable versus undead? We are going to get the answer now, and the good anti-Pala rifle hero is in the altar, Mr. 120 with his Criplord.
Okay, so he has the right guess on this map. It is 120's map. Expansions are rather hard, so usually we harass each other a lot. You can only expand as an undead if you go for Crypt Lord, most likely, with beetles, with ghouls, and the constant rotation. And then you also have a powerful tool against the human expansion. But there will not be a human expansion. And then we'll see if 120 can play Crypt Lord, ghouls, as well as Happy does.
And what is interesting to me is that Starbuck is crossing the map right now, so he wants to be aggressive early. But actually he waits to get level 2 from the crab camp. And let's count the farms. He's making 3 rifle before tech, so it looks pretty standard. The question is he going to try to be sneaky and try to cancel the expansion? In the Palarafil University, the saying goes, if undead scouts bad, try to cancel the expo. If undead is like top notch, he will scout you, he will be in front of you, don't go there. And let's see what Starbuck is going to do. He's just going to meet Mr. 120, and remember, Mr. Neo, Impale Surround is very deadly at the start. We have only 3 rifles.
That's not much, and we got a healthy undead army, as much as undeads can be healthy. I mean, look at them. But yeah, 2 base Crypt Lord ghouls will be devastating for this Pally rifle strategy. And so far, while it was a good read by Starbuck that there is an expansion happening, he can't do anything about it, so he's wasting a little bit of time right now.
Actually, he invested a little bit, into this movement, but at the end of the day, he just pulled back, right? He's now creeping the Goblin Laboratory. He will get level 3 soon. And Mr. Neo, it's not that easy to recreate what Happy does, right? Because Happy versus Palarifle plays these solo Criplord technologies with this constant aggression. And it's a new patch. There are some nerfs to Palarifle, 6 to be exact. Versus Org it still works, but is it enough versus Undead? We'll see about that.
Yeah. If you talk about Undead play, you take what Happy plays, and if you want to figure out what 120 plays, you play the exact opposite usually. At least this time, we have the same first hero and we have the same amount of units, 10 ghouls already. But for example, Happy would probably now go for a graveyard and the second crypt and then tower up, tower up, tower up. So far, we don't see that for 120 and that gets punished.
A very important moment now. How many acolytes Mr. Starbuck can kill? Starbuck can't really fight here, for long. He will teleport out, but he's, how many units he can take with him. He has big mana potion. He needs to decide between healing his own rifles and killing the acolytes. So far, it's not looking too bad for either player, but Starbuck is also not accomplishing too much, right? They are both just dealing damage to each other, but nothing is dying. Starbuck is teleporting out. Impale is not going to be enough to kill a rifleman. The good news is, okay, the rifleman is trying to escape. The beetles are after him, but for now, I would say it was okay for both players. 0 rifles has fallen is really good because we need to have this snowball effect. And yes, 1-0 got slowed down. And as you mentioned, 1-0 is not rushing the tech. 1-0 should start laming soon. And Starbuck has 0 towers for now. This game is going to be very interesting, Mr. Neo, because now every detail matters a lot.
Exactly. We get the graveyard. We get another necropolis. So 1-0 is playing it happy-esque. Fighting into the rifleman here. The blonde devil will make an appearance, of course. The glue that puts the Peli rifle strategy together, but the damage output of rifles is really, really good, and ghouls are suffering.
Mr. Neo, in Pala Rifle University, if you see undead that wants to fight in the mid game in situation like that versus big mana potion, you usually laugh and you say, okay, this guy needs to go to anti-undead university. Let me tell you, Happy would lame the economy. Happy would never fight here in the middle, at least according to my standards, because as you can clearly see, the ghouls are dying and the rifles are surviving. So this entire fight in the middle, useless.
And way better micro by Starbuck in this fight. Nice repositioning of the rifles. Nice holy lights as well. Unfortunately, it's the end of nighttime, so he can't heal for free. But there will be a lot of holy light with the Blood Mage's arrival. Question is, how fortified is this base? We got the Spirit Towers at 50%. We got another fight here. The main base is not protected at all with the second crypt and tech coming. Starbuck has some momentum here.
Okay, there is a very rare moment for me, but no, it's not a rare moment, but we have workshop in the Starbuck base. Does it mean that we are going to see Leme's cannon tower? For the viewers, they don't know, there is a small possibility that Starbuck will make a tower that is going to be away from... okay, he's making morts. Okay, so no cannon tower. I'll explain this idea a little bit later, but now Mr. 120 opened his eyes and he wants to follow Happy. And he wants to lame a little bit, and his army is quite small, but Mr. Starbuck is pulling back. Actually, this is good for undead Mr. Neo, because he invested very little, but position of the Pala rifle changed, so expansion will have more time. And no, there is a Lemes tower! There is a Lemes tower, look at this on the bottom right.
Okay. Yeah, the advantage of a cannon tower is, of course, the range can't be attacked by any other tower, and deals insane damage to structures. In the meantime, yeah, Starbuck's momentum was kind of lost, but this cannon tower is forcing 1-0 back, so this offensive tower is a defensive measure.
Yes, exactly. So they are dancing around the cannon tower in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful creativity by both, but yes, Pala rifle is still dangerous. Starbuck will have 2 towers soon in his main base, you know, so soon. Undead is not going to be able to lame him, but Undead is buying some time. We are on tier 2 now. Undead has big defensive resources. And look, Starbuck is splitting his army very nicely. He forgot where he made the first tower. Now he's making the cannon tower pretty nicely. Look at this. We are fighting in 2, even 3 positions. Criplord staffed back, and the cannon tower will probably die again.
Oh, Starbuck's economy has not been touched, though. It's all just a great distraction. Mortar team will put more pressure here. There's a little bit of repair. Of course, 1-0 would love to make the game go longer and unfold his tech. Mortar team falling, but oh no, it's saved by the Holy Light.
Yes, 5.5 seconds was enough with Mr. Starbuck's skill to save this. And look at this! Undead army can't really lame, even though we have only 2 towers. The undead army is very split apart. And yes, Mr. Neo, the mighty cannon tower, the person that popularized this idea was, of course, Professor Lemes, representing Polish Rifle University. And this cannon tower is slowly going up. I'm so happy that we see this on like the highest level Warcraft that is possible. The cannon tower idea is there, and it will be remembered for a long time, hopefully.
Oh man, and 1-0 is completely falling apart. He's losing ghouls left, right, center. He's not going into Starbuck's base at all. Not a single peasant was hurt in this game. And the Mortar team putting more pressure on it. The cannon tower takes a long time, but then he also takes a long time to get destroyed. And 1-0 again, he's knocking at the door of Starbuck, but nobody answers, and then 1-0 is just turning around, wasting time.
Yeah, Blood Mage got staffed back via staff of teleportation to help with base defense. And now, if all militia is enough, you know, because now human needs to call all of the militia, it's Flame Strike! this is also creative. Criplord is stuffing away Mr. Neo. This is looking terrible for the Undead. The cannon tower is ready, meaning that the normal towers for the Undead are done. The human base stays alive. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't see the Twitch chat of Back to Warcraft now, but let me tell you, I feel that Pala Rifle is live and well then.
I guess it is. Starbuck with the 2-0 completely pulls 1-0 apart. He had a solid idea. He had a solid opener. Expansion came up, but then under constant pressure, and he fell into that trap of, as you said, fighting. With this Cryptlord Ghoul, you don't want to fight. You want to lame. You want to wreck the economy. This was a free pass for Starbuck for the 2-0.
Yes, this is very true. Yes, fighting in the middle, we saw this, right? Why did you fight there? You just wait a little bit until Pala Rifle player will go, into expansion direction. Then you put full force in the base of the human. And you may say, okay, human will make towers. But yes, versus this, you need 4 towers, right? And all of those resources are going to be spent on defensive measures. So there will be no cannon tower, not offensive cannon tower, maybe defensive one. And definitely Mr. Happy showed us, how it's done. And yes, Mr. 1-0 needs to watch more Happy versus Starbuck replays.
Yeah, he still struggles, man. He struggled so hard against this strategy for such a long time. When Happy obliterates every Pala Rifle player, 1-0 can't follow it up. Back in the day, 1-0 said, Happy has the micro and I have the strategy. But in this particular case, Happy has both.
And what 1-0 has? He has the chance to win on game number 3 that is going to be played on Tide Hunters. I mean the game, Mr. Neo.
It's right, we're on 3 match points for Starbuck. The bracket for him will still be crazy hard as Fortitude or Happy are waiting in the next round. But this series and the chance for $500 extra in the second round are well alive. We got Tide Hunters as our third map. We gotta say though, yesterday 1-0 was rather bad the first 2 maps, and then he really turned it up. Map 3 and 4 and also 5 was his best tournament performance. He needs exactly that Kickstarter now, otherwise the former 2-time world champion has been eliminated.
Mr. Neo, we have exotic strategy versus exotic strategy. On the top left, we have Starbuck, who is opening with the new Pala Rifle build order, and his opponent is playing what Mr. Neo from Back to Warcraft loves to play. It's Tetfins, everybody. So it's going to be Death Knight Harass. And people are usually happy, speaking about Pala Rifle players, when you see Tetfins, because it usually works even worse than fighting in the middle of the map with Cryplord Ghouls. So I'm excited to see, can Mr. 1-0 bring something to the table?
Tetfins versus Pala Rifle. Are you sure that that's the case? That's the strategy? 1-0, he's always been one of the best Tetfin players. I love his style. I love his fiend control. But on paper, this is not good. And Starbuck will probably see this, laugh a little bit, and play his Pala Rifle like he's playing Pala Rifle for half a year. I am very curious if maybe the updated research time on Burrow will do anything. But apart from that, I don't really see a big improvement for Tetfins against Pala Rifle.
Yes, as popularizing the new strategy, Mr. 1-0 job, the new strategy in this matchup is to show the power of this strategy. And so far, he's creeping, he'll probably try to get level 2, and maybe then he will pull all of the ghouls, but there will be no ghouls, they're going to be fiends, so the start of the game is going to be slow. Interesting, and let me tell you, Mr. Neo, the new Pala Rifle build order provides you very fast level 3. There is no way on planet Earth that Mr. 1-0 will have level 3 faster than Pala Rifle player, and then it's not going to be look good for him. But maybe it's a mind game. Look at this. Starbuck wants to position himself a little bit like he wants to cancel the expansion again. He's in the middle of the map. He's not creeping with militia, and 1-0 is here. And for now, Pala Rifle player can't creep really. But what Pala Rifle... No, 1-0, is he surrounded?
No.
Start holy lighting, Starbuck.
No, the turtle falls. Skeletons have to open up the way. Now the rifle was in danger of being surrounded. He is trapping him here next to the turtle, and it should now be fine. with the second coil, he gets out of there. I want to say one thing. In Undead Mirror, 120 is playing Tet Fiends as well, and everybody said for a long time, this doesn't work. You're up against the Lich, you're up against ghouls, you can't get any last hits, and 120 somehow made this work. So maybe he sees a timing that we don't see yet, and he's the genius, and we're all fools. Have faith in 120.
I have faith, and yes, I'm open-minded, and maybe, you know, after my calls about melee, about Orb of Slow, you know, now we just again cast the game. So yes, Mr. 120 show us. For now, Starbuck has very fast tech, his economy is very good, his lumber economy. But 120 got the level, and 120 is pulling back, and yes, he has even faster tech, because this is what Tet Fiends looks like.
Exactly, and maybe he thought it's not gonna be Pally Rifle on this map, and thought he would break an expansion that way, and then he gambled a little bit. For Starbuck, it's still a chill game. Gotta be careful to not lose this Ogre Magi to a coil.
Intense moment. Starbuck is backstabbed by the creeps. We have some duel between Paladin and Death Knight. Cloak of Shadows is here. Holy Light on time. Skeletons are connecting nicely. Starbuck still on level 1. It's pretty rare to see. He's not creeping with militia, you know, on the Tide Hunters you can creep the Sea Giant camp pretty nicely, he would be level 2, but he doesn't want to, he prefers to have very healthy lumber economy. And yes, this is a pretty rare situation for the Pala Rifle player, because he has two options. Oh, Naga second, this is what Shocker likes to play, you know, the German undead. This is a pure aggression, it's like Demon Hunter Naga, Mr. Neo. If you meet Demon Hunter Naga in minute number 5 in the middle of the map, run away! Because Demon Hunter Naga is so oppressive, not even versus Pala Rifle, but versus everything. And this Naga is giving him the opportunity to get Orc Magi, and Mr. 120 is using it.
Okay, Scroll of the Beast as well. Nicely timed by 120. Has always been a fan of Naga second. Uses the coil defensively, trying to get some chip damage in. There's not too much damage anymore on the Pally. That was probably the last Holy Light. At least gets the level up. And now Militia are coming to get a little bit of map control back. Nicely done so far, but what's the longevity of this DK Naga combo?
Yeah, that's a great question, because when Blood Mage will join the party, then the problems will start, mana problems. But the first rifle of the series, I mean of this game, denied.
Well
still,
done.
it still hurts.
Yeah, does it? It brought me quite some joy, I gotta say.
Yes, we are coming back. Which profile picture for Warcraft III Champions Finals you like? A live and healthy rifle or the dead one?
More dead ones the merrier. I made some Smurf accounts just to select that profile picture of the dead rifle even more and boost the
You need
numbers.
to buy them and give them to every top player from Grandmaster and send them, hey, you get a gift, but you need to put it. So every top 50 players will have dead rifleman as a statement from Warcraft III community.
That's the way of thinking that I like as well. We have tier 3 done. Starbuck from at the moment more creeping. Once the Pally on level 3, once more rifle. And 120, what are you doing with your tier 3 tech? Usually it would be destroyers and fiends and push with a pit port, but here we need the Lich that will slow him down a little bit. And then is it destroyers or is it maybe abominations?
By the way, in the meantime, we have another lecture from Professor Lemes, Advanced Pala Rifle versus Undead class. So Professor Lemes says, if Undead plays Tet Fiends, Undead army is slow, Undead army is late, Undead army is not really, you know, ready, there is no mass abominations or anything. Just do tier 2 expansion and produce more and more rifles, and this is what Starbuck is doing. He likes this idea. He's going to expand, and as we can see, Undead is busy creeping.
That's right, level 3 needs to be unlocked. And what do you do about this? The Pit Lord usually would be the choice. Would have loved to see it with the extra 100 range on Rain of Fire, but that is not the case right here. And that push must hit hard. Pally Rifle is hard to break on its own, but with double income, it's impossible.
Yes, Mr. Starbuck is doing, let's say, a mind game. I know that there was skeleton on this expansion, but there is like, Starbuck still feels confident to basically try to challenge 120. This is a dangerous moment for the Pala Rifle player, because yes, he's expanding. When Lich is out, when the orb is out, definitely Pala Rifle player will have to pull back. But 120 is waiting. 120 is waiting for his power spike. He understands it, and he's just kiting back. In the meantime, yes, Lich joins the party. Okay, this is time for you, Mr. 120. What are we doing?
Apparently he wants to fight. Did he even scout that expansion? Is it on his mind that a Pala Rifle player can expand? Because it's rare to see, right?
Well, Starbuck is the guy that is like the most, you know, creative and open to new ideas. We know that some top Pala Rifle players, they are using old build order and so on, but not Starbuck. Starbuck is very fast with using cool new discoveries, and they are just fighting. But remember, Starbuck has this sweet gold, but the question is what is he going to add? And he's adding the best unit that he can do. So he's adding second barrack for more rifles, but in the meantime we are fighting for real. And this Blood Mage is in trouble. Holy Light connected.
Big problem now that there's no Fire Lord for Silence or a Dark Ranger. Fiend's falling slowly. He gets another rifle. That's the second of the game. Might be a world record for a Tet Fiend player. Paladin far in the back. Love to see that. He's constantly pressuring this Blood Mage, which is oftentimes a trap, as you just can't kill him. But if the Holy Light is on cooldown, you might have a shot at killing a rifle. And we see this more and more. Now Holy Light used on that rifle. Once again, the cooldown, and it's another rifle dead. What the hell are we witnessing?
And it's this mob, but Starbuck can afford this, you know, financially. He has this double income, but he's giving experience to the undead. And maybe he's a little bit over fighting here. Hard for me to say. As I said, this is a part of advanced class that Professor Lemes makes. And instead of going to this class, I'm playing silly games on stream. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Starbuck survives. Starbuck has double barrack, and Starbuck is queuing a lot of rifles. But is he going to, you know, is it going to be enough? Because Undead is getting out of control.
I think this was an extraordinary fight for 120. So many rifles dead. Starbuck confident to re-engage. Naga level 3 trying to suck. But the Lich position was very nice. We have another Nova coming up if you want to use it now. Maybe cancel some healing. Last chance. Oh, going for a nuke. But the Holy Light always at the ready. Regent Scroll as well. Statues provide the healing fountain for the undead. Naga is doing a fine job in the damage department with Fork Lightning level 2 in a second. Not yet, just Frost Arrow, Frost Arrow, Frost Arrow. But does 120 know about this second base is still the big question of this game.
He's doing the best as he can. He's transitioning into abominations, Mr. Neo. I like it. We have Disease Cloud is on the way, but Starbuck got the items, Starbuck got the experience. Killing the Blood Mage is almost impossible, but mana is low on the Paladin. The last Holy Light was used, but Blood Mage will take care of this soon. But damage output is strong, but yes, killing the Blood Mage is so hard. There is also a healing potion there. Maybe that was a bad idea by Mr. 120. Look at this, another Coil Nova, completely useless. And he's not killing any rifles.
DK almost surrounded there. Now trying to kill the rifle, shifting the focus. Nuke on the Pally, no TP. Oh, there was a TP. Whew, that's the second one then. With the banish on the rifle, asks for a Nova and gets another kill. Supply is shifting towards Starbuck. Now the question, are you engaging again, you madman? This might be the greatest idea, because 120 is starting the creep. There's going to be a creep jack. A-bombs coming, but maybe too late.
Yeah, there's cross teleportation on the undead as well, so he can just reposition. I think that's what we should do. As you mentioned, there is no abomination just yet. And yes, Mr. 120 just going bad. Can we cancel healing on the Paladin? That would be nice. And one rifleman goes down, but the same with the statue. So they are trading nicely. But again, Starbuck has just tier 2. There is no third hero. There is no Staff of Sanctuary. There is no orb. There is no like better units like knights or anything like this. And because of that, you know, high-level undead heroes with abominations, maybe we can out-trade this. Lich is getting the sweet experience. Level 3 on the Lich is a big game changer.
It is good value. We also get Heal Scroll, Invo Potion, Devotion Aura. Really nice to have more armor against rifles. Starbuck gets another camp on the left-hand side for a consumable as well. Big healing. Nice, as we've seen so much hero focus here. And then what can this abomination do? More fiends, 57 food, 120. Do you know about the 12 o'clock position? He has no town portal, and Starbuck going straight into his base.
Yes, this is very true. And the problem with Pala Rifle, damage versus buildings is very small. And Mr. New, you have your answer. Mr. 120 is going north. He's like, okay, Pala Rifle, they can attack my Black Citadel with 80 supply rifles. I don't care. And Starbuck cares immediately about his expansion and he's pulling back. The question is 120 going to fight?
Everything is clumped up. Invite for a Nova. 120 fighting for survival in the 21,000 Dolphin Warcraft Championship Cup. If he can't break this expo, he will be dead. And there's no fallback net anymore. Nuke on the Blood Mage was to be expected. Heal potions available. Brute Force. There was no Holy Light, but there was the so important potion. Abomination has spread some disease cloud. That's alright, but it's dead right away. The damage output by Starbuck is absurd.
Yes, and he's making very nice unit composition, and it works versus the Undead. We have literally mass rifles. This is very interesting to see with tier 2 expansion. Rather funny. Okay, we are fighting here on this choke. The fiends are slowly dying. Mana is still, of course, in Pala Rifle hands. And 120 is pulling back. No expansion, no more abomination. He still has very strong single target damage, but expansion is running all the time for the human, and more rifles are coming. There's actually a lot of rifles, even for my standard. I love it.
Holy Light was ready. Nuke! Oh my god, the Blood Mage is dead! I didn't even know this would be physically possible in a Warcraft game. Is that enough though? Level 3 hero killed. I think Starbuck can just go to the tavern and get him back. And mana is of course never an issue for a Blood Mage. 120 is trailing 12 supply, has no gold, no TP, no heal scroll. That one was used and he couldn't get the W here. Starbuck shop control. He gets the heal scroll against possible new disease clouds. And 120, this might be the last push of his.
Yeah, this Blood Mage died like in slow motion. Have you seen this? Like this, like 1 HP for like 5 seconds, and 5 seconds in Warcraft 3 sometimes is a long time, right? 120 is bringing his ghouls, Mr. Neo. This is timed. He understands that he needs to do something. He's connecting into the peasants, but killing the expansion is another story. And army full of rifles is coming, even with some militia support.
Okay, once again, back into the right-hand side where the choke is, in the hope that not all the rifles can connect and do the damage. They can probably one-shot this poor abomination at this point. Blood Mage back, militia coming, statues do a wonderful job. Starbuck's mining was a bit interrupted, but does that really matter?
Again, attempt to kill the Blood Mage, but remember, Blood Mage has the hero armor type, which is quite good. Okay, 120 is going in. Abominations are on the high ground. One of them was denied, but it was about spreading the disease cloud. And that is pulling back.
Maybe
Hard position. Maybe we can expand. It's again uncharted territory. Probably now it's too late, but what 120 can do, he wants to get even higher level on his heroes.
I think I'd love to see a meat wagon instead of the second abomination. That would have been more effective to spread the disease. That was the last Nova for a long, long time. DK has some mana. He's trying with that hero focus again, but the coil has to end up on the A-bomb. So much damage. Oh my god. He can just run away. There's no chance to fight this army at all. He's trying with Burrow, but too late. These might be the last moments of 120's tournament life. Boom!
This is true. The Lich melted, and the beautiful army, well-balanced army of the human is victorious here. More and more rifles are marching, and their hero focus potential is huge with the Holy Light on top. 120 is close to the tavern. He's selling his last items, I guess, to get the Lich back. And the Lich got insta-surrounded. No!
No! Not like this. Starbuck set up a trap with the rifles, trying to get the Blood Mage, but that's again a mission impossible. Invo potion on the DK gets the Lich out, actually. Well done, Starbuck, to completely ruin everything that 120 still had left. It is 4 statues that don't do any damage. No coil to save the Lich anymore. And this is just the victory lap for Starbuck at this point. 3-0. Bucky is back in shape.
Well, that was impressive. That was impressive. 1-0 almost made those, the Tetfins work. There were some close moments, but I think we need to appreciate how Starbuck fighting shape was. He teleported back, low HP. Okay, come back, more rifles, come back. He didn't let he 1-0 creep, and it's pretty nice micro by both. Interesting game.
This was the best Tet Fiend game that I've ever seen against Peli Rifle, I think. But 1-0 pays the price again for not playing like happy. This Peli Rifle strat has been countered quite a bit with Dreadlord and ghouls and ghouls and ghouls and ghouls and ghouls. 1-0 just refuses to play like that. And you can say, yeah, he tried on concealed, but then it was rather weak execution.
Yeah, this mid-game fight, I can't allow it. If somebody asks me, Saul, I want to go to the Undead University, do I have enough talent? No. You need to consider changing. Maybe go to the Nidal Forest or something. Yeah, you can't fight in the middle. It's the first rule of anti-Pala Rifle. You don't fight versus level 3 Paladin with some ghouls.
Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Exactly. The best game, clearly game 1 with the Dreadlord and Archmage. That was a super cool back and forth. But yeah, I now want to see Starbuck versus Happy to see this game again, this series again. And that might happen if Fortitude is able to defeat Happy tomorrow. We get Starbuck versus Happy the day after, because the wonderful people on Liquipedia have updated the bracket already. These are the 6 players still remaining in DWCC, and these are the best players of the tournament so far. 40 versus Happy need no introduction whatsoever. The 2 best players in the world in the same bracket for the upper bracket final. Sock versus Kaho to challenge them there. LawLiet stays alive, defeating FoCuS 3 and 1. LawLiet will be facing the loser of Sock and Kaho, so the brackets cross once. And Happy 40 versus Starbuck is gonna be insane as well.
Yes, that's definitely true. And as we can see, this tournament is called Warcraft III, like a championship, for a good reason. This is the best players that Warcraft 3 has to offer. And yes, sad to see FoCuS out. Sad to see Wister 1-0 defeated. But I think Happy will be a good representation of Undead in this tournament.
I agree. No representation for orcs anymore, except if Starbuck faces a human player. Then, of course, there is basically like a quarter orc left in. So the best orc eliminated, a former 2-time world champion eliminated, and Fortitude, Happy, Sock, Kaho, LawLiet, and Starbuck stay alive. No player of like the pre-2010 legends anymore either. They didn't survive the group stage. It's all players that advanced or rose to the top of the scene in 2015 or later.
That's very true, Mr. Neo. What are your plans for today?
Mr. Soul 8man, I got this German league called Dach Inferno. We got 3 big games today. We got Francis, who's dominating that league with Orc, versus Toxie. So maybe Pala Rifle alert there. Then we have Toxie again versus Eero Boy in a matchup versus Undead. So maybe Peli Rifle there. And we have Leon versus Kevin as the highlight of the day, which was the previous grand final of that league.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. So, Mr. Neo, thank you for the opportunity to talk FoCuS. I do understand the Dolphin Cup concluded for today, right? Am I right?
Correct. That is all the games today. And we will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. And of course, you're always invited if you want to stream that beautiful tournament again.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, that was definitely thank you for the opportunity. Shout out to the Back to Warcraft viewer. I hope I didn't enrage anybody too much with the Pala Rifle comments. I thought that Pala Rifle is dead. I was wrong. You can laugh at me. And apparently, as proven by the tournament results, Pala Rifle is still alive. The problem is it's hard to play. Trust me, I tried and I lost so many games. But yes, those pro players, they know how to use those tools.
What's going on your stream, Mr. 8man? Will you stay on or will you be back later or what's happening?
Well, Mr. New, you are talking to the face of Twitch now, because for the viewers, they don't know, if you are a Twitch partner, you can apply once per month for a position on the Twitch front page. Probably nobody from hardcore Twitch users is using the front page to find the new streamers, because we know all of the streamers in Warcraft 3 community anyway. But yes, I'm on the front page on Twitch now, and I'm having fun with a yes, big audience, but they probably just have me muted somewhere on the Twitch. So yes, I will enjoy this moment for 2 more hours, because this is where my front page window closes.
Very nice. Very well deserved, Mr. Apeman. I hope you have a wonderful time, and see you later.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Neil. See you, bye-bye, and hello to the bye-bye to that Twitch chat as well from Back to Warcraft. Hey.
Mr. Apeman, everybody. What a beautiful soul. What a great co-caster he is. We have something else going on, as we have a bracket prediction started as the bracket got out. And there's one person left out of 75 who got every single prediction correct. And that is Mr. J. Celerax. Every single game, he had the right winner. It's incredible. The only remaining 30 out of 30 points still doable. Will he be correct tomorrow? He predicts 2 Fortitude wins in a row versus Happy. Interesting. So shout out Jay Celerax. Today effed my predictions. Mine as well, dude. Mine as well. Like, yesterday wrecked my predictions. But yeah, that is the Dolphin Cup for today. Wonder if there's anything else going on. Before I leave, I checked the custom game section a little bit. Otherwise, God damn, Red Panda is still playing Warcraft. That's amazing. So let's see if Fly is streaming something, or Angeline. But I think we take it rather slow. And then, of course, we will be back in less than 4 hours for the Dach Inferno. Shingon. Best tournament of the year. Glad you enjoy it. So there's something going on. Labyrinth is playing a game. Is it a Don't Force Me Cup, maybe? Fortitude Labyrinth seems to be coming up. I think... Yo, Stufka, thank you. I think that's pretty damn great, and I think we will cast this. Show match. Probably best of 5. 40 Dude versus Labyrinth. I see Shinkong trying to go into a lobby. Is it up? Yes. My connection to the Chinese server was pretty bad today, so I will not go into the game directly, but I will join via Flow TV. Shout out to Stufka. Always big love to Stufka. Don't force my dolphin to shrimp poster cup, dude. I didn't thank a couple of people because we had this dual cast going on. Thank you, Disengage, for the 41 month. Thank you, Kefa Lucas, for the 21. Ted Fiends against Pala Rifle. What can Satire do? Much love, XOXO. Manske for the 17. Pally Rifles, I heard they were done. And everyone else before. I'm gonna refill my coffee real quick, and then we go into a potential best of 5. 40 versus Labby. I love to cast with Soul Apeman, by the way. Love to cast with him. So convenient. So chill. It's fun, but also educational. Because he knows his shit, right? He knows his shit. But dude, the freaking Bora Bora map killed me. And he deserves this, man. I'm so happy that he got like front page exposure, 2,000 viewers, 2,500 subs on YouTube. Like, so good. Please give context when it's fitting to use the B2W buddy emote. We have a very, very, very generous donator called Butt Crumbs. And Butt Crumbs likes names that include the word butt. So we created this emote for him as he is one of the top 3 contributors. And whenever Butt Crumbs appears, use the B2W buddy. It's a pile of shit with a present, and that is representing Butt Crumbs very, very, very well. You're a super cool casting duo. That's awesome to hear. Mr. Die Birne Franz. Dude, whenever he says that, I'm laughing so freaking hard. Die Birne Franz. So good. So good. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this. At some point, I stopped looking at chat because, I don't know, it's like... when chat is just balance wine, I just kind of turn it off. But I'm looking forward to to more of that with Labby and 40. We got 70 seconds on the clock. I'm always losing it when he's addressing Mr. Butt Crumbs out of nowhere. Yup. $45 seconds. So I assume it's a play all 5. Play all 5. That means we should have like 2 hours of content. Very good, very good, very good. Pasta! Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Wait, didn't you do something? Oh, yesterday you had the 5 gifties. True. Very selfless of you. Go! Okay. Is it smart to play a human versus undead show match one day before you face Happy? But then the other question, is Happy even watching? We'll see about that. Fortitude versus Labby, Omega hype. Labby has unfortunately been eliminated from DWCC very, very early on. Due to being in a group with Happy 120 and Colorful. And he was very competitive though. Very, very competitive. So usually Fortitude is the winner versus Labby. But since their last tournament, I think Labby has improved dramatically. Cookie! Thank you for the 13 month. Nice! And I'm truly not sure how good Fortitude is at the moment in this matchup. I underestimated him a little going into DWCC. This is the final test of Fortitude versus Undead before the match versus Happy tomorrow. So we'll see. we'll see if he has any new ideas, if he's more on the Pally Rifle side, if he's more on the Archmage side. And what is Labby doing? He's been a Dreadlord player for as long as I can think. But unlike 120, not on this map. We got a Lich opener against an Archmage opener. So far, so standard. Happy is in-game right now, not watching. You can still watch VODs. I mean, at some point it was very obvious he's listening to us. To our casts, at least. He must be shaking his head all the freaking time about my comments. But he picked up some stuff here and there as well, so that was good. And sometimes he's just right. For example, his play versus Pally Rifle with the early Graveyard and Mass Spirit Towers was heavily criticized. We didn't see the reason, really. But Happy was right. It's the way. To be honest, in the early stages, it didn't look as good as it does now. He clearly refined this. But enough about Happy, we'll talk about him tomorrow. We talk about Labyrinth. It was really, really heartbreaking to see him rise into like the top 6 of the world, sometimes even top 4 in ELO, to then get eliminated first round due to a freaking stacked bracket. And a surprisingly strong 1-0 in Mirror. Did we see any Fortitude game tape versus Undead on this patch at all? I don't think so. So yeah, so far we play the old shtick. Archmage levels nicely playing around each other. For Labby, it's a Lich first. When 1-0 is playing Dreadlord first on this map, and Happy is playing Cryptlord first on this map, well, Labby is picking the third option. The variety of undead heroes is a very nice thing to have in this game, I think. So, still an expansion, Lich expansion, Cryptlord expansion, it all works. But not against 40. He's a killer. Deliberately delaying his own Town Hall for the strength to muscle up this attack. Also to give no leeway to the human player, to the undead player to attack him somewhere where he could take damage. Because if there's no expansion and if there's no tower, there's nothing to attack really, is there? So Footman got surrounded and killed. This one will probably get away. No signs of a surround here, unfortunately. And in the meantime, 40 is preparing for his own second base. As he got that cancel, he bought that time. Is enough. Whew. The noticeable armor nerf on Militia. Not that easy anymore. Labby wants the Nova on this Cobalt. It's huge XP. And a nice disruption, to be honest. With boots, you can always fly away. Is this level 3 for the Archmage? Kinda hard to say. Oh my, the ghoul was in position. We were so close. But it is level 3 Archmage. The Lord of the Rings is Fortitude. $11 extra armor. And yeah, maybe you should have researched backpack, huh? To steal that item. Ghouls were active in the base, got 3 kills actually. There were a lot of militia hurt. And 40 is not power building at the moment. Needs new reinforcements here. Labby is playing a nice macro game, multiple attacks on multiple fronts, trying to overwhelm while healing and while getting his own expo up. Maybe it's the deal between them. Labby, play Ghoul Harass against me. I need to learn for tomorrow. So we clean this up. At least on the left-hand side. But you can't clean this up. Nova used before the level up, actually. But more... Wait, he's just clicking on the Town Hall. This is mega dangerous. So many losses for 40. Labby is playing... out of his mind, really. No tech for 40. No expo for 40. No supply lead for 40. And Labby got that all up and the tech is started. It's a damn shame that Labby got eliminated. It's a damn shame. Okay, so we have to play around this. Gotta try to create space, but it seems like Labby is not falling for any of these shenanigans. You might kill an Acolyte after 30 seconds. Yeah, but then why? Labby overwhelms Fortitude with lots of ghoul pressure and a Lich. That is not a good sign for tomorrow. Oh no. Everybody has his eyes, or has their eyes, on Happy and Fortitude. But yeah, 40 has to step it up, surely. Will we see Pally Rifle now? It's Hammerfall. We'll see. I have to say I'm a bit distracted, everybody. My neighbor is mowing the lawn and it's so loud. It's really close to my window right now. You can't hear it because of amazing sound filtering technology, but it's piercing my ears into what's left of my brain. And it's really distracting. 120 streaming Dota right now after the loss. Ah, he's playing Dota for 5 years. That's not a sign for anything. Be better, Jackie. Be better. Game number 2. This time, we find ourselves on Hammerfall. Again, no Pally Rifle. Might be a show match to make Happy believe that he's not going Pally Rifle, but it's also a map thing, right? Hammerfall, big, 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 big. Excellent TV, thank you for the 75. 3/4 of a century. You lovely, lovely soul. You have a magnificent beard. Thank you, Stacks. Let's go, let's go, let's go. More of that. First hero. Is it a Lich again? No. My neighbor got a flex saw. I know that feeling, bro. Oh, yeah. Life outside the city, huh? Cryptlord this time. So I guess if you're sure it's Archmage, you go Lich. If you're not sure, you go Crippy. And that surely works. Or if the creep spot is a little harder, that also works. And then it's back to the norm. Trying to get these expos up again. Hopefully this works a little better for Fortitude. He gets the instant level 2 again. That should surely help him. The poor Makrura can already book the trip to Bora Bora. And we creep on the other side. Archmage with claws, of course, amazing. Imagine if he finds 3 claws instead of 3 rings, then the game on Autumn Leaves will surely be a little different. But yeah, we don't see anything special yet in the early game for 40. He's not opening Archmage Rifle, Mountain King Rifle, Pally Footman or whatever, right? No huge revolution on this patch.
A player's forces are under attack.
But he's going for that expo place. Oh, score. Thank you. Yes, you're right. Professional caster rather talks about lawnmowers than updating the scoreboard. I think the position for 40 in this game is a million times better. Bottom, it's the easiest cancel on the Haunted Goldmine while he's creeping with way more HP than before. I think the creep messed up 40's game a lot last game. So it's time for Labby. Oh, did he want to staff and missed it and cancelled it?
A player's forces are under attack.
Oops. But there's still no Haunted here. And he's still in position for the Crypt Lord, who also goes for Boots and Telestaff. Item still on the ground. We are carefully going for an Arcane. You don't want the Town Hall to be cancelled. But now the pressure is on. And that's some time for Labby to unfold.
A player's forces are under attack.
How fast can you clean this up? Impale early. Oh, he got almost all workers. That was excellent. But now the attack is over. He got a big delay off. Not a cancel, but that's all he wanted. Look at the block. Flex, flex, flex. So Expo here, 40%. Expo started here now with new militia being called. It's a win for Labby, I'd say.
Player's forces are under
Oh,
attack.
oh no! That can't happen! You got a Telestaff, which is not cancelled this time. Lucky, lucky break. But if that happens one more time, it's a town portal. Focus fire done well. At least keep the Ziggurat down close to completion. It's not keeping Labyrinth supply block, but it's very annoying. And now this is the big one. A second cancel. Surround attempt to force a TP, but Labby dribbles like a Chinese Messi. Gets the cancel. On the cost of a footman only. What the heck is the militia doing here? Lol. Didn't need it. It's a bit of a sacrifice to the greater good. And now Expo is up. And this is the strength of a Fortitude. Brushes off map 1. and plays a fantastic hammerfall. Hey Sork, what's up? Hero abilities gray out when they don't have the mana to cast them. Glad you noticed this. There's some people who watch the stream for 5 years and never noticed.
A player's forces are
Labby's ghoul attack runs into a wall. It is the... Oh, Archmage staffing to the left-hand side of Fago. You can just lob a water elemental across the ziggurat, right? Go! So well done. It's a beautiful dance. That you do in this early game. You know, this matchup is the best when it reaches tier 3, but there's something beautiful about canceling your gold mines over and over and over again. Ideally, both are canceling each other's expansion because now 40 is far ahead. Staff on cooldown. Oh, needs to get this around. It was relatively easy to do. Didn't get it, was probably operating somewhere else to keep his expo up. But yeah, that's another huge win. Lots of gold for 40, as well as a tech running, plus a shredder. Signature plays. Labby can't keep up with fortitude. The great escape. Everything fits into the shredder perfectly. Beautiful. Okay, 40 is online. That is the place that we expect tomorrow in the big encounter of Happy 40. Oh, and he's even using it offensively. Archmage, Water Elemental, do it again! It was my big dream to reduce the damage of Water Elementals on level 2 and 3. My dream was not heard. But yeah, this was a classic Fortitude cancel culture game. Very few play it as good as he does, and that is why he's one of the top 2 players in the world in this game. No chance for Labby to follow this up. 1-1. 2 very one-sided games so far. Lich domination and then Archmage domination. Labby couldn't keep up. Lol, Neo only dreams for humans to be nerfed into oblivion. Well, obviously, I didn't say take all the nerfs that now went live and put water elementals on top. I said nerf water elementals and blood mage. That was my 2 things. And not a million lines of nerfs, but who am I arguing again? If water elementals are constantly harassing Wisp and kill lores and are constantly destroying a human and orc tier 2 with burrow pushes and bestiary pushes and are on that power level against undead as well, they are very strong. And that is, of course, enabled due to the fast level 3. But they were running rampant in all 3 matches. Kringel, thank you for the 2-month. I think it's Kringel. It could be Triangle. I think it's Kringel. Kringel? Game 3. His cousin is the Chips Pringles. Wie der Kringel. I got it. I got it. I was only 95% sure. Thank you, mate. Game 3. So far, the matchup we've seen hasn't changed one bit. Now we go on to Echoals. Levy, left-hand side. 40, right-hand side. This could be a best of 3, by the way. I am not sure. Is it up on Wikipedia? It is. Wikipedia says play all 5. Buttcrumbs with the gifts up to Walter Frosch. Buttcrumbs, didn't I tell you to fix your gifts up addiction? I thought you're over it. You know, you weren't here for like 2 weeks or 10 days or so. I thought you finally went to rehab. Maybe you were. God damn it, Buttcrumbs. Finally fix it for good. I beg you. But of course, Walter Frosch sagt danke. Thank you. Holy smokes, I didn't expect that. A Dreadlord on Echoals. Let's go. 3 different heroes on 3 different maps. I expected a Lich again. I expected a Lich again. Seemed very effective recently. But more Dreadlord. The second one today. For 1-2-0, this worked really well. Plus a Shadow Priest against Water Elementals. The End Snare is incredibly unlucky, but he can heal himself up now. Instant Expo again. And now, we'll see if maybe the sleeps and the surrounds can stop this Archmage. Because it is, again, Archmage. There was a chance for Pally Rifle. We have seen some ungodly stutter stepping here. 2 armies that kite each other across the map, back, forth. Not the case here. Just power creeping, sleeps around on the footy. I mean, not a surprise anymore. And that's level 2. Okay, easy way to get there. Should be Carrion Swarm then. I don't know if it's an incentive to go for Dreadlord more. Now that level 2 Carrion Swarm got 10 HP more. But Labby has always been a Dreadlord fan, so I was kind of surprised to not see it on Autumn Leaves. Now I am surprised to see it here. Still, the problem remains. Archmage got level 3. Boots, staff onto Expo. And Labby is not in position. Not in position at all. We got a tower. We tried to go back, but this is some free damage. Dispel. Water Elemental number 2. Second Dispel. This seems like it's a little bit too much. Level 3 unlocked. Sleep. Careful. We don't have another Water Elemental. Need another sleep, I guess. But the damage is too big. And that's a beautiful cancel then. If he is in position for the defense, if he scouts a little, like if he tracks the Archmage movement, he knows exactly he can't afford this creep spot. Level 3 is tempting, of course. But expansion is more important than that. We gotta say though, that 40 is on 1 base. He had to get this cancel. He's going for a rifle push across the map diagonally, most likely. And then again, Labby is not in position. Can go for a staff one more time. But yeah, Labyrinth is clearly overwhelmed by Fortitude's movement here. second expo cancel when you're up against the rifle push. Level 3, level 2 Carrion Swarm can surely do some good. He wakes up the Berserker a little too early. There we go. At this point, to stay AFK on Expo, I'd argue that it would have been the right call to do that all along. Labby is playing blind. Maybe he doesn't even know about the tech, because there was no real reason to chase the human across the entire map to the right-hand side. There was no incentive, really. Except if there's an expansion that you can then harass. But there wasn't. Alchemist second, huh? Against the Carrion Swarm. Oh yeah. Great level 1 spell. Heal spray does so much. But it's only 40 food. Like, Fortitude isn't ready yet. Dreadlord, if there's a chance for Labyrinth, it's coming via Mercs that he got. And a high level Dreadlord. Expo, 2/3. This is not cancelable anymore, I think. So 40 is massing up a 50 food army. Now we see a ghoul scouting. Nice. And then we need to tower up, play defensive, and pray. No tier 2 yet, but in a situation like this, hello level 4. In a situation like this, I would love to see the updated Wand of Negation. Fool's coming in. He wants to fight now, away from his expo. One of Negation. Boom, boom, boom. Take care of the water elementals. Should be good. Oh yeah, maybe that's what the Tome of Relics is. So far, I think I've only seen it from Happy. And 40 is running a bit out of steam, huh? This tier 2 rifle push for a while looked the best against Undead, but just for like blink it and you miss blink and you miss it kind of moment. That was during B Cup, the most recent one. Labyrinth is engaging into all this weirdness. Lots of peasants, lots of Murloc. But he got the 4.4.
A player's forces are under attack.
Powers 2/3. Second crypt, lots of mercs. Lots of mercs. Power up. Oh, that's so big. Off we go. Can the Dreadlord and the mercs defeat a rifle push? With level 5? Oh, maybe. No Blood Mage to drain the mana. Maybe that would have been better, because what's the Dreadlord without mana? Tier 2 is done though. So he can go for mana potions if he wants to. Nice deny. And how do you deal with the Carrion Swarm now? We also got Aura level 1. Interesting. We wait for the heal spray to be over and then we smash. Holy smokes, that Blood Mage looks amazing. And you know what? With the 2 Shadow Priests, you don't even need the Wand of Negation. Yep, Hadouken! Levy's forces are dwindling a little bit. He has to invest into constant mana potion to keep up the pressure, otherwise the healing will be done. Or Fortitude says, you know what? That's impossible. Levy takes 2 maps here. Despite some cancels, despite being out of position, stabling up, and grinding the levels. Damn. Damn. That is a super short show match so far. 2-1 for Labby. We haven't seen tier 3 a single time. Barely tier 2 play. Oops. There we go. But we also haven't seen a single Pally Rifle game just yet. Next game is coming up in 20 seconds. Time for you to check if you have a Prime sub lying around. We gladly take those Prime subs, you know? Spending it on us means no ads for a month. And we still have DWCC. We still have Dach Inferno. A B Cup is up. For all the higher level players out there, by the way, B Cup signups went live yesterday. It's on our Twitter and also on Reddit. Would love to see some new faces in the B Cup qualifiers. No? First and foremost, Francis. Now, it is Northern Isles. Is it finally time for the Pally Rifle by Fortitude? Haven't seen him play this in a while, actually. Since 40 is not playing B Cup, we don't know much about him. But we know that he might lose the show match if he's not stepping it up. And here it is. Someone call Saul. Is he streaming this? Maybe I should alert him. Let's go to Soul 8-Man stream real quick. Fortitude, Pala Rifle alert. Verse Labyrinth. Okay, hopefully he'll see it. I did my best. I did my best. Alerta, alerta. That's right. Okay. Fast Pally into Lich. Okay. That is usually a death loss. Because the Holy Light spam is killing that Lich. Is it a bit of a misgamble? We'll see about that. I've seen this unpunished once. But 40 should know. He has this killer instinct. You click on the Lich a bit, you use the Holy Light, you click a bit more, use Holy Light again, Lich disappears. That's usually how it goes. A Lich is a lot, but he's not very tanky. Especially alone, without a coil.
Players' forces are under attack.
We start creeping with the first rifle out, second one as well. Feels a little bit outdated. Maybe a mix of both. Ooh, Lich gets parry up. That's actually great. That's actually great to find so much HP here. But yeah, 2 rifles up. Go, go, go. Base should be fine. Rifle should be fine. And then we dance soon. If your Lich survives, Lich Ghouls can be crazy strong versus Pally Rifle. That's a big if though. Labby has the backpack already. Look at that. Haven't seen that too much yet, to be honest. He sells the parry apt, knowing that it's
Players'
the
forces
paladin.
are under attack.
Wow, that's crazy to me. First worker down. Okay. And then he... Okay, maybe he didn't see it? He walks all the way across the map to see the creep spot development and then pulls back. Interesting choice. So he's just shocking around, trying to delay levels. Nova could get the kill. Little bit too late. But no pressure towards this expo just yet. There will be, for sure.
A town is under siege. A player's forces are under attack.
And we get the graveyard first. Very happy-esque for Spirit Towers. No second crypt yet, but he's short on gold. So that's fine. Expo will pay off in a bit. We play around the creep spots as rewards, as bounties right now. And 40 is giving him not too much of an opening here. With towers up, with rifles tracking. Prevent your own progress, and that's a miss micro. One ghoul for free, but you know, with an undead expansion, you should be able to afford this. More towers. So many towers. I'm not too exposed to Labby's anti-Pella rifle play, to be honest. I don't know how experienced he is with that and what his go-to is. So finally, after a minute,
A player's forces are under attack.
we creep the expansion. Lich level 3. After this spot, also uncontested. Blood Mage coming. Still no attack by Labby. All he needs is stability and ghouls. The ritual dagger. Okay, but here comes the push. No tower yet. Randale Ralph with a 13-month. Let's go. Glad to have you back, brother. So now what do? You don't have a TP. Ooh, and 40 is this. Running into this. He can still attack the Acolytes. That would mean no tech. The tech has started, I guess. Oh, Labby is losing so much time. So much time. Did he tech? Yep. Trying to hold this with 4 ghouls only seems extremely optimistic. But alright. Towers have to hold this. The counter attack is probably the right call. 40 has a TP, trying to force it to keep his expo up. It will still take moments to get rid of these towers and especially the Haunted.
A player's forces are under attack.
Economy wrecked. It's only 6 workers left. 5. Lich has basically nothing to lose anymore since he's out of mana. You can stay in that Arcane Tower. Oh, 4 workers. What the hell is this game? 40 is so sure that he has to kill this Expo, and then no matter what, he can rebuild. I've seen 40 come back when he had 3 workers. Now it's 5. He's fine. It's still like there's no tech.
Is under siege.
And no mining. And we only have 3 ghouls left as well. Yeah, all the ghouls there on the left-hand side died. And now who loses the main first, I guess? Levy leaves the game. Okay. Man, if he makes the decision faster and arrives at the human base faster, maybe he can be a bigger threat. But yeah, 1 base tier 1 against Peli Rifle is unwinnable, especially with the Blood Mage out. Good decision making. 40 shows that he is a very experienced Peli Rifle player and just walks over Labby for the 2-2. Decisive match. Here in this competition, every map counts for the money. And we'll see where we're going. Tide Hunters. Woo! Yeah, it's always a gamble, right? Maybe Labby thought this is not gonna be Peli Rifle. He's holding back the Peli Rifle. He wasn't holding back the Peli Rifle. Maybe he held back the best builds of the Peli Rifle. Sorry, I got a hiccup. But still, one of the best Peli Rifle players out there. Man, these games are decided early in both ways. 2-2. Sounds like a train. Both games, or all 4 games. High tempo, lots of action. But I would love to see a little bit of tier 3, you know? So now, what's the best build on Tide Hunters? Who's gonna win this series? Would be a little bit of redemption for Labby after the early exit at DWCC. For 40, of course, a nice sign. But even if he loses, you think, like, what would that mean for the series tomorrow? We get Happy vs 40 tomorrow, by the way. You should watch this. Set your alarms. 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Happy versus 40. Happy won't take the series any lighter just because 40 lost here today. No way. What time zone? The only time zone that matters. The Central European Summer Time Zone. But for everyone else, we have a time zone converter on our homepage. We have a time zone converter on Liquipedia. We have a time zone converter on Warcraft3.info. When does Dach Inferno start? 7:15. So in round about 3 hours.
A player's forces are under attack.
Hello, Mr. Disengaged. I hope you heard my thank you towards your sub. I was busy doing the dual cast, but I want to make sure that I thank you. Also, you know, just for existing. Very good that you exist.
A player's forces are under attack.
Lich first again. But this time, it's up against an Archmage. And this is the interesting matchup. For the Lich. Radam Vice, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for your Prime. So this is what the Lich is designed to do. If you're sure there's no Pally Rifle, Lich is a devastating force. But 40 got a Sobi Mask. And 40 got level 2.4. And 40 is marching across towards a possible expansion. There's gonna be so many water elementals. Sobi Mask is mana regeneration on top of the Brilliance Aura mana regeneration. No level 3 yet though. Easy to get on this map. Labby has some heavy lifting to do. So, we are expanding. And that is so easy to cancel. This is truly where Fortitude thrives. Where he's by far the best in the world. Where it should even be hard for a Happy to stand a chance here. This is his tempo. This is his playstyle. And Labby has fallen to this a couple of times already. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see.
Forces are under attack.
Hey there, met you in Grubby's tournament. Great content, amazing work. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed this. And that you're here now for even more. So we got that sweet level 3 creep route. We push again. But this time, there's no cancel. We have another water elemental ready yet, so we're just lurking for now. But against Lich and against Narrow Tower, against all these ghouls here, it's a bit tricky. But since we're working on the expansion in the meantime, this is all fair game. Shop is coming up for the region. Love how Labby is pulling the creeps here, so it's all really weird. So we go through. Expo up. Labby pulled back early, but he got a cancel. So both Expos should be fine. But he still has to weather the storm. Lich needs boots. Oh, he's so ready. He is so ready.
Players' forces are under attack.
And now it's a little bit of an even-Steven situation, huh? Both prefer to play defensively on that game 5. We got ghoul run-bys. No tower yet. With militia you can fight this. 40 kill for 3. Oh, that's nice.
A player's forces are under
And I
attack.
gotta say, I'm a bit underwhelmed by the Sobi Mask Archmage. Up until now, maybe. There's more water elementals. Still takes a couple of seconds to summon the new one, but this was the last Nova. No surround. Uh-oh. Graveyard is the spine of the undead. Did he have to cancel? Oh, I'm not sure. 40 is quite overwhelming here. He gets so much done with so little. Archmage is forced into a TP because he doesn't have a staff and there's a glooming threat of a Nova. But he's mining. He's rich. He can afford this. This graveyard delay is terrible. You need a graveyard for a slaughterhouse. You need a graveyard for a temple. You need a graveyard for everything.
Players' forces are under attack.
That slaughterhouse or these slaughterhouses are surely delayed. But delayed is also the tech for 40. So this kind of evens out now. What are the late game armies? We don't know this yet. It's been 7 days with the patch. And this is the first higher level human undead, or the second higher level human undead that we see. Nova is still so sick.
Players' forces are under attack.
Everything is hurt here. We shouldn't engage. He has still lots of ghouls at home. Yep, that rotation is necessary. Heal scroll, mana potion, heal scroll on the other side as well. This is the most even game so far. Tier 3 on the way, Mountain King second. We go double rack. Starbuck was going Knight's Gyros. Against 1-0 earlier. And finally the double slaughterhouse. Yo, that was necessary. Shouldn't be a chance to steal anything because there's Coil Nova. Item is the big invul. Lovely. Coil too late though. Creeps get a kill. Lol. And a water elemental here. Did he try to be an intruder? The ugly duckling of the water elementals? Stormbolt arrives, but the coil to counter. Stormbolt chance again in 3. But I think the footman can't catch up. Nice dodge by Labby. Second attack upgrade for Ghoul's A-bombs.
A player's forces are under attack.
And no Dreadlord here, of course. Starbuck made the gyro work against the Dreadlord. That was strong. We need Mountain King levels. We need DK levels. We get the classic upgrades with Ghoul Frenzy and Destros. Barely any anti-air left. And a Dark Ranger third. So rather disabling heroes than disabling gyros. Few towers for 40. The classic tri-hero for human. Classic tri-hero for undead. And still the strong water elements. We engage before Destroyer upgrade is done. Maybe 40 didn't expect this really. Frenzy finishing in a second. And he can morph pretty much right away. Oh, if he kills production here now, that's so big. Fortitude already, very little gold, no bank whatsoever. The first knights have arrived. The paladin will arrive in a second. And now we trade out ghouls and we trade out footmen. And when do we get the number of gyros? He's going 4, and that's about it for now. No web either. He's just going for the production. If he gets both workshops, that's huge. Some levels as well. Destroyer bust, 4 gyros. Getting wrecked by over 3 gyros. Three destroyers against 4 gyros. The militia are all getting slaughtered thanks to the AoE. Oh my god. If only he had Black Arrow here now. Couldn't have spread it, actually. 40 in shambles, losing both workshops. No anti-air. Levy's gonna win this. I don't think I've seen this approach. Yeah, just go for economy. Super overwhelming tier 3 destroyer push. He's still got mana. Got a gyro dance now. Gyro tango. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a disaster for Fortitude. Even the knights are falling quickly. And now we got the Black Arrow. Are there even still workers left here? Dispels the healing. Forces the gyros down one by one by one. It's only the heroes, really, for 40. And whatever trickles in. But if you don't have a solution against Destros, what does it matter? Freaking beast, this Labby guy. 3-2 for him. Not a good sign. For 40 versus Happy Tomorrow. Not a good sign at all. Did 40 hold back? Did he not play his best? Is Labby just so freaking strong? He surely wasn't ready. He surely wasn't ready. For Labyrinth today. Makes it even more heartbreaking that Levy was eliminated round of 16 in DWCC. But good that he's bouncing back and that he's still strong. We gotta say, only one map of Pally Rifle with an outdated build. Is that the real strength of 40? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow, man. The big match that everybody's anticipating. Happy 40 tomorrow, 1 p.m. In 3 hours, though, our Dach Inferno returns. We had no broadcast yesterday because we had a couple of postponed matches. That means that we got a full broadcast today. Francis versus Toxie, Eero versus Toxie, and Leon versus Kevin. Absolute top match. Even though Kevin has no chance for the playoffs anymore, our vice champion fighting against the relegation. Leon trying to stay on top, or at the top, trying to catch up with Francis. Even though Francis has a chance to still play the perfect season. And then we'll see. Top 4 is playoffs. So Eero versus Toxie is big. Is real big. I'm going to be joined by one of my favorite co-casters in Anxiety. Finally, the season debut. And I think we're going to have some amazing Warcraft here tonight for you guys in German. Otherwise, of course, we're back in English for the DWCC at 1 p.m. You see the bracket. The top 6 are so sick, man. There's a lot of my favorite players. 40 and Happy is the main event. Starts first, though. 1 p.m. Don't miss it. Then we got Sok versus Kaho. All hell might break loose in this matchup. 2 very action-packed and fight-driven players. And then the day after, we go back to the lower bracket where Sok or Kaho will face LawLiet and Starbuck is fighting for survival against either Happy or Fortitude. How does it feel to you as someone who always loved Warcraft and streamed and casted it, even when it was a niche game, to see it rise again? Must feel amazing. Yes, it is very good. It is indeed very good. In my mind, such a doomer thing to say, but since you asked, I'm kind of mentally preparing for the inevitable dip. So I'm enjoying the moment very, very much. But I'm also already sure that it won't last forever. Oh yeah, just carpe diem, you know? Just carpe diem. See you in 3 hours, everybody. I'm gonna raid you. Oh, is Mr. Ape Man still on? Yes. Okay, if Mr. Ape Man has 1,900 viewers, we have 2,200. Maybe we can get him up to 4K. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. See you later for Dach Inferno. And see you tomorrow for DWCC.